Welcome back, one and all, to the Land of Sundered Crowns, the city of Eldenil on the southern coast of the country of Nava. When last we left our heroes, you had completed the, shall we say, cleansing of Mr. Dory's warehouse, and then spent the following day in a series of investigations, largely helped by the return of Master Refram, the alchemist, and also evidently a man of medicine, who assisted you in the identification of a number of substances that you found in Mr. Dory's warehouse, specifically discovering the presence of the secretions of a black dragon, and that some of these had gone through an alchemical process, potentially at the hands of Mr. Dory or some of his compatriots, which had turned them into a kind of mutagen that was responsible for many of the creatures that you had encountered, as well as the strange condition of the assassins that you had faced earlier during your stay at the city. Uh, you also discussed potential futures for the city, getting his opinion on the remaining members of the town council. Before also, it's heading down to Frother's Lamp and discovering what you believe to be the headquarters of this cult of Quintazadun. Uh, you witnessed several more of these creatures, apparently on guard outside the temple, as well as the arrival of a rough-looking individual, potentially a former member of the Edge Runners, who entered the temple whilst chanting, and then exited a short while later. Now, after that, you guys returned to the Emperor's Rest, made your performance for the night, and then retired up to your rooms. Um, all of you have taken your long rest, and so now dawn is beginning to rise. Uh, is there anything that anybody would wish to have done the previous night that we didn't cover? Or anything that anybody wishes to do in the overnight?
Um, Overnight, I will use that leaf. And I will hold it against the what is that called? Like the lower part of your forearm at the wrist on the top.
So here?
Yeah.
Okay. Wrapping the leaf around the back of your wrist, you feel a jolt of energy shooting up your arm. The leaf wraps around for a long moment, and you see the same curlicues of frost that had spread across the windowsill shoot up and down your arm, covering it for a moment, before gradually beginning to fade. The leaf, held in place, opens and falls away, landing back on the windowsill in front of you. The design of the scale that was etched or that was created by the veins is gone. Instead, it seems now an ordinary oak leaf. The white color of the white color fading to an ordinary green, and then to a fall yellow and orange that gradually fades as the leaf begins to just crumble away, as though having spent a year or so on the forest floor. Where you look, where you pressed it on the back of your wrist, the same symbol of a set of scales now is etched into the metal of your skin.
Neat. It's like
It's
one
a
of those
magic
peel
eight
and
ball.
stick tattoos. I gotta be careful not to get any water on this. Or oops. That's all I'm doing.
Okay. With its presence on your wrist comes an awareness of its power within you and upon you. You have an instinctive understanding now of how to utilize it. Um, I messaged that to you. I messaged the effect to you. So let me know when at any point you wish to use it.
Cool beans.
Okay. As for the rest of you, well, Uther, you, by habit and custom, being a half elf, awaken first. Are you doing anything in particular? Heading down to order your customary breakfast?
Just because there's been a lot going on. I'm going to have a Frenchman's breakfast and have a cigarette and a coffee out front and just watch to see if we're being watched or if there's, you know what I mean? That kind of thing as I'm waiting for the rest of the group to awaken.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Someone roll a d20. My Google is in the beach ball load.
I'll do it, honey.
Thank you, darling.
I was about to say Naira should do.
Hmm.
I rolled you an 11.
14 then.
14. Okay. Um, you don't notice anybody paying particular attention to your presence out front. Like obviously there's, it being relatively early in the morning, the streets are fairly busy with people heading out to do their day's work and the like. Um, a few people that had been staying inside brushed past you on their way out, and vice versa. A few people seem to have just freshly arrived with the morning tide that pass you on their way in, but nobody seems to be paying you special attention. You have over the last few days acquitted yourself as something of a local celebrity. So there is attention being paid to you, and like people that obviously are regulars, as they arrive, several of them do try and engage you in conversation and kind of like shake your hand and things like that, um, say how much they love your show and that kind of thing. But nothing that you would qualify as surveillance.
And I would just very much just kind of do that, bullshittery with them, coffee nearby and playing the guitar and just talking to people who feel like coming up and talking and kind of trying to glean any information. It's like just to make sure there's not like any big points at who did this or it was just a bad accident. You know what I mean? Must have been a gas leak in the building or etc.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a first of all, give me a persuade.
21.
Okay, now roll me an investigation. The 21 will impact basically the DC that you had to hit to glean any kind of useful information.
Sorry, my headset cut out. I had to plug it in because
Oh no.
entirely,
Oh.
I'd lost the last half.
So go ahead and roll me a investigation. The DC of which was set by your persuasion. Oh. Damn you, Mick.
Would it really be us if we weren't having technical difficulties?
True.
It's always something.
You're a little bit
Let me try
robotic,
to pick
but you're back. Or you were briefly.
And now he's gonna again. Rip Mick.
Horde issues.
Well, while we wait to see if he can sort that out, Lorian, you are going to be the next to awaken. You awaken in your room. Wander, are you doing anything in particular, or just kind of at your customary place at the window?
I am still at my window location.
In that case, Lorian, roll me a perception check to see if you notice the absence of the leaf.
blessed perception. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
You do.
You're
You not
actively looking
only
for it.
notice, yeah, you will wake up and kind of your natural curiosity about this artifact, or item, I should say, because artifact is a specific connotation. Uh, your natural curiosity about this item um, means that it's been on your mind a lot, and when you awaken, the first thing you do is look for it. Not only is it not in its customary place, but you actually see fragments of what look to be almost like old crumbled vegetation or parchment scattered on the windowsill. And with a 21, you are able to see the edge of an etching on your friend's arm that was not there before.
Hmm. You get a tattoo, bud?
What is a tattoo?
It's like a marking on the skin like this one right here. I'm just kidding. I don't got none.
Lorium doesn't have any. That's but inside check. It's bullshit.
Okay.
I will roll that.
But he's not.
In my head canon, he does.
In your head cannon, gets a tramp stamp.
Oh, that's a cursed image.
I think you mean blessed.
Them horns ain't.
I
for show.
mean,
Anyway,
I guess yeah, it depends on their point of view. But yeah, so go on, Lorian, please.
Is the point of view over or under? Oh, okay. Anyway, so I'll just say, I assume that came from the gift, or did you do that to yourself? As he points at the faint outline of the sketch. Ink.
he says it was on the leaf.
Hmm. Now it's on you. Interesting. Does it do anything or just look weird? I mean, cool. Made a great decision.
Wander's shoulders slump slightly. Oh. He says, it helps me find the truth.
Hmm. That's always useful. He shyly looks away in regards to the tramp stamp. No, I'm kidding. Jeez, I just keep going off the rails.
Loving the idea of Lorium having
We'll get
a
into
tramp
focus.
stamp.
We'll get into character. Get into character.
Well, you see anything interesting today?
I don't know, did I?
Looking out the window, I mean, with your ludicrously high passive, much as Uther earlier saw, you do see. There definitely does seem to be a little bit of a kind of. The Emperor's Rest has gotten busier during your stay here. There do seem to be more people newly arrived at the city that are coming to the inn than you saw the last few days. You've only been here a few days now, so it's impossible to say whether that is, the result of just ordinary fluctuations or whether it is a result of some of the actions that you guys have taken here. But you also don't have not noticed anything that would be qualified as like surveillance or anything like that.
I've seen nothing special.
Well, in this case, that's actually good. All right. We want to head downstairs?
Yes.
Okay. This whole time, he's just been putting on armor. Usual shit.
Okay.
Hands
While
have
we're
just been
here,
clasped in prayer, readying spells.
And yes, in case that comes up, if we're here and I don't specifically mention it, yes, he is taking off his armor at night.
Okay.
we go down.
So, one moment. One second. Okay, so Uther, earlier you were before Mick reared his ugly head. You were basically pumping the crowd for information. So yeah, please do go ahead now and roll me your investigation check.
Investigation.
Yes.
Go,
Uh,
himbo powers.
Ooh.
Oh!
Nope. You hear like when you kind of given the performances that you have given over the last several nights and that those are the people that are coming up to talk to you, as you try and kind of steer the conversation toward stories about local news and kind of trying to learn more about what people are saying about what happened at Dory's warehouse, essentially what happens is people seem to take this as an invitation to tell you the most outlandish story they know. Some of them are tangentially related to some piece of local news, but mostly what you learn is that people in Eldenil largely lack creative storytelling abilities and have rather stunted imaginations.
It was a wizard and flying monkeys with a witch. This is too much.
Yes, unfortunately, you don't really learn anything that could be described as of use.
All right, then I'll just kind of bask in a little bit of small celebrity and enjoy the breakfast until everyone wakes up.
Okay. So, Lauren, Wanderer, are you guys just gonna kind of, or Lauren, are you just gonna finish dressing and head downstairs with Wander?
Yep.
Naira, as for yourself, I assume you wake up, begin to have your unseen servant
Yep.
help you. What tune are you playing from the libretto?
I was actually just looking at that right now.
Wish.
I don't have that one. I was thinking Bane or Thunderwave. What do you guys think?
Thunderwave.
I feel like you said that just as a joke.
No.
Pens.
I like both of them, to be honest.
If it makes you feel better, I always have Bane. I just don't use it because my spell save DC sucks every time. Every time I cast it, they succeed. I was like, well.
I am. I'm gonna do Bane.
Okay. So you spend a few minutes playing the tune as you get ready. I'm gonna go down to join your friends. Uh, it is, you guys weren't up particularly late last night, so it's pretty early still. Probably about 9 o'clock by the time you guys have all assembled and finished your breakfast in the common room below. This being, I believe, your fourth morning in the city, Jelor does approach as you guys are kind of clustered around the table, addressing you, Uther, and just says, "So, will you be wanting the room for another night? Can't say I mind having you here."
Nods as rolls hands her 6 gold pieces.
Okay. She kind of takes it, actually flicks you one back, and says, "Call it hospitality of the house." pockets the rest, and heads back behind the bar. And you can see her marking off the rooms for the next couple of nights on the chalkboard.
And Naira is immediately going to give you 5 gold.
Just chuckles, but takes the money.
Actually, come to think of it, I should probably split up our party gold at this point.
Wow, we overflowing the coffers.
There's quite a lot, yes, that we can. Wander, do you want yours yet?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. And then she hands you, and I'm just pulling it up right now. My internet has decided to suck. But she hands you a purse of gold and platinum pieces, and she says, "This is what I've been holding for you so far, and I'll separate the rest and include you in it as well." And she seems very excited that you want your gold. Yeah, so she hands you 205 gold pieces and 24 platinum.
Neat.
And then everybody else. There's 5 of us, right?
4.
4. Right, because 5 is DM. So everybody else gets 1 platinum and 105 gold.
$105 gold and 1 platinum. My God.
We've been walking around with this for a while. So Wander, you got that as well.
That wasn't. Oh. Okay.
We
So-
do be walking on sunshine.
Yeah, so you got the purse that I had been saving for you, and then also you got 105 gold and 1 platinum.
All right.
This doesn't include, obviously, the bars that we got, but we'll have to trade those in at some point.
Yeah, I'm still carrying those around.
Okay, so you spend some time rather discreetly dividing your loot in the common room. Mostly kind of like mostly ignored by those who are coming in, getting a few sideways glances that mostly just seem to be the case of people, again, being aware of you guys as the providers of some truly exceptional entertainment at this place for a couple of hours every night. You do kind of you catch snatches of conversation from some of the other patrons asking, if anybody knows when the next show is going to be and things like that. Jelor herself fielding a lot of that. People seem to be a little bit reluctant to approach you directly, given the general kind of presentation of much of your group, particularly the enormous tiefling hovering at your table, with weapons bristling from his backpack.
Big old
Posing.
softy.
A somewhat imposing presence. However, in short order, as I said, probably about 9:30, you have finished your breakfast and the divvying up of your loot. Do you have a plan for the day?
Well, we were gonna go talk to Jute at Referums while we're picking up the potions, and then we were also planning on stopping by an alchemist shop somewhere in the alchemist quarter so we could pick up more materials for him.
Okie
So
dokie.
about what time would that put us at right now? Because we said we would go to Reference at noon to meet.
Yeah. Right now it's about 9:30. If you wanted to, like, the amount of material that he described and the rarity of the materials that he described, along with your awareness of the general kind of decrepitude of many of the alchemical workshops, it would probably take you a while. You'd probably have to go to several different locations in order to source it, like, depending on how many different doses you wanted him to make. He said he would need approximately 75 gold pieces worth of goods for each potion that he was able to produce for you.
Well, we need at least one more if all of us are going to get the antidote. She says to the party.
And somebody says something.
Maybe we can check that out. Or try it. We go to steal a potion.
So you're heading to the alchemist quarter?
Yes, let's go do that.
Okay.
We'll bring Valka with us.
Lauren will
Got it.
mention. So we've been holding on to this funny thing that Wander finally identified. And apparently it can just do like anything randomly.
I'm sorry, it can do what?
Anything.
What can?
It's unpredictable. He pulls up the cards. He really wants to fuck.
Okay. Wander, can you tell me what you actually identified?
It makes small, random things happen.
Do I recognize this description at all?
I mean, you are aware of the existence of magical decks of cards, as well as in general the usually if they're not used specifically for an application like tarot or something like that or divination, typically they do have essentially a either completely random or semi-random aspect to their function, similar to a wand of wonder or something like that. So you are aware, like, you might not be aware of this specific implementation, but you are aware of the general concept.
I was wondering if I could roll and see if I understood what this deck was.
Yeah, go ahead and make me an Arcana roll.
I was thinking maybe you guys could like use it in your fucking axe.
No, I do not know what this is. Uther, we are matching each other today.
And the dice just
Get him out of the way now. Get him out of the way now.
I don't
Sure,
think that's how
dude.
it works. So she's like, well, that's interesting. What kind of minor things?
It could be dangerous.
And then she looks at them in Lorium's hands. And she goes, okay. How dangerous?
And then Wander will look to Lorium and just go, please don't draw. Stop that. Stop that right now.
What?
But it could be fun, is all I'm saying.
What's the roll again? It's 1d50, right?
Right now it is 1d50 because there are 50 cards remaining in the deck.
We can make it 49. 49's a funny number.
Stop it.
No, 47. We need 4 or 3 of us to roll. I can't do
Stop it.
that. Goddamn 47. I mean, I was thinking you could use it for your little shows. Last time I made a bird.
The shows are grand enough.
They can be grander.
What are you afraid of, Wander?
Sparkle in his eye.
Chaos.
Let it rain.
Well, I agree with you. I think that our shows are already very interesting, especially with Uther's magic. And she gives him like a look full of admiration.
Beams at that.
I'm glad that's the part that you heard.
And then she says, "You keep those safe."
Wander just keeps staring at Lorium as he just holds the code.
As he holds it. Oh no,
Poised in action.
he'll just slowly pocket it.
Wander, do you still have that enchantment, I don't know, component that we found in the Citadel?
The gem?
Yes, that's the one.
As he reaches into his bag and pulls it out.
Oh, you don't.
Yes.
You can keep holding on to it. I just. Did you have any plans for it?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
Do you want it?
Naira sort of gives you a weird look, and then she says, "I want you to do what you want with it."
Okay. He starts to put the gem back away again. Are we ready?
I thought we were
Ready
having this
to roll.
conversation while we were walking.
Oh, I thought we were still eating.
No, yeah. As my understanding was, this was a conversation happening while you were making your way down to the Alchemist Quarter. So you are walking and talking right now.
Even better. We move faster. Naira trips Wander, Wander trips Lorium, Uther points and laughs.
It's a rich, full day. But okay, so you guys make your way down over the course of the next kind of 20, 30 minutes down toward the Alchemy Quarter. You get there, and as expected, most of the alchemy workshops that you go to deal in very mundane kind of industrial processes. The ingredients needed for something as exotic as a potion of acid resistance are rare and hard to find. How many doses are you trying to find ingredients for?
Well, like I said, we need one, but do we want to get any more?
Nah.
This is just to make sure all four of us have a potion.
Yes.
Yes.
We should get 2 of them. Just in case homie screws it up.
Homie!
You
I've done it
cannot.
before. I can. You can't stop me. I pull a card.
Okay.
Whoa.
Roll me a 1d50.
I'm kidding.
Okay, well, next time you say that, though, you're not kidding.
Okay. I am perfectly okay with this.
You do it, and it goes
Why?
as
Because it
I'm
gives my
by the-
dumbass no way out, and I love it.
You're gonna summon another bird and be like, "See, it's harmless," and then you're gonna draw another one and
Exactly.
kill
And then
him.
I'm gonna give it to Uther.
And he'll
I'm gonna
draw
be
one.
like,
and
okay, next
I'm gonna
time you
nuke.
guys have Imagine, like a bunch of doves.
Wait, so all I have to do is draw a card, and then I get a parrot?
Yeah.
No. Whoa. Wait.
It might not be a parrot,
What's up?
but honestly, Naira's like, "I think you should do it. This is an experiment." But she doesn't say that out loud because she doesn't want to upset Wander.
do want a smoking monkey. I could put him in like a bow tie and everything. Teach him how to serve tea. Be a huge hit. Lauren, you got those cards? She already approves. I can feel it.
No, I had him. So this is gonna get interesting because a bunch of people are coming in here to watch the boxing match today, and the people
Nice.
from my class, and I actually like these people, so I can't hate them and kick them out, right?
Well,
But this will be interesting, so we'll see. So if I'm muted, you know why.
Okay.
Okay.
Uther rubs his hands together as he goes, "This will be fine. There's no big deal, right? Like, this is... Alrighty."
Just eyeing Wander like it's him, not me.
Yeah. Naira's looking at Wander, and she's gonna be like, "Are you okay with this?"
never been more disappointed, Stature. Never. Has seen your corpse in a chair. Has never been more disappointed.
But what if it's a monkey who smokes
Damn.
cigarettes?
What a fucking.
Roll me 1d50.
I've seen your corpse in a chair. I've never been more disappointed.
Yeah. Well, we've already established that he regrets bringing me back, so.
Hey, I didn't do anything.
34. Okay. You
Shark.
pull out the card, and what you see is the image of a small, what looks to be like kind of small young dragon of indeterminate color. The card seems to kind of iridesce as you hold it and turn it this way and that. And as it catches the light, it fizzles out from your hand. Roll me 2d8, please.
No, you don't get to shut the fuck.
Guys,
Put
I
this
just
on.
created
wanted
some
this.
silver dragons. This is great.
I wanted this badly.
We needed help.
chaos. Summon dragons to the city. That'd be awesome.
The rest of you watch as Uther kind of looks at where this card was in his hand. As he breathes out, iridescent fumes go and curl up from his nostrils as he breathes out.
Did you just smoke when we were looking or what?
No, just
As he talks, more smoke puffs out with every word.
Oh, can I Arcana this?
Yes, you can. The fumes themselves don't seem to be have any particular effect. From what you can see of the Uther's presentate, like the way that Uther is presenting and kind of the way that the fumes are coming out of him, they don't seem to be harmful in any way. As far as you can tell, there's just smoke. Whenever he breathes out, there is colorful smoke being exhaled. It is not an illusion, however. This is actual smoke coming out.
You vape, we get it.
It just smells like cotton candy in here now. Every office where people vape, it just smells like cotton candy and blueberries.
Do I have
That's such a bad thing.
Do I have any idea if this is going to be a permanent thing or if it's going to last a certain number of minutes?
Based on the description of the kind of the relatively minor magical field that surrounded each card, you wouldn't expect it to be a permanent thing, no. Any kind of permanent transformation magic tends to be very powerful.
Uther, you did want something to do with smoke, so congratulations.
Just like exhale really hard and make a smoke screen.
neat. Ah! Yes, it just
every 7-year-old kid, like during winter, just exhaling and be like,
Yes.
Naira is like vibrating with need to, to pull a card.
So imagine if I got that, put down the visor, it looks better.
I think
Even if it is permanent, I'll just walk around with a unlit pipe in my teeth. It'll be fine.
Wait, what if Wander got that one? Would it just like smoke come out of every orifice?
Can I pull one? Please. And she's
Or
looking
just
at
slowly
Wander.
rotates the cards over to Naira while looking at Wander, like, see, it's them, it's not me.
As you just watch as the smoke ring travels behind Larim's head.
This is great. I don't even need a cigarette.
He's like, I know how to do all the tricks. Watch.
Alright, so 49 now. Okay, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, go R1D49 if you are drawing a card.
Well, no, she's looking at Wander and she does say, I won't do it without your blessing.
No change in his stature. He just says, "You choose."
Okay. She's going to choose to
I already
interpret.
changed it to 48.
It's 1D49?
1D49.
Uh-oh.
9. Okay. Oh. Naira, you don't notice any immediate change. You pull out a card, and it seems to be some kind of the outline of a reptile, a chameleon, in fact. You have read about these creatures in books. They have the ability to blend against nearby, to kind of change their color, sometimes blending in with the environment around them. And as you look at the card and it fizzles away from your hand, the fizzle carries down your gloved fingers and up your arm and across your body. And as you do so, you realize to your horrified disappointment that your clothing is now the rather drab gray stone of the wall behind you.
Got him.
Oh.
That's aesthetic.
Huh. Well, actually, she's not horrified. I mean, she knows that permanence is a very powerful thing, and this probably isn't powerful, so she's...
Well, permanence for a person is...
Andrew? What she knows is...
It'll be better tomorrow. It'll be better.
Different to dye your skin than it is to dye your shirt.
And she is actually going to see if she can, if it is chameleon-like and it has different, like, if she goes up to other things, like a wooden thing or a brick thing, does it also change?
It does not. It remains the same color that it turned. You do see that it is kind of oddly textured. There are like lines where stones would have joined, and things like that. So it is quite a detailed dye job, but just not extremely fashionable.
Huh, that's weird.
Well, now I feel like I have to, but I won't. So just hold it out to one.
Coward.
Oh,
Wait, did she say that?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tyler.
1D48.
Already doing it.
17. Okay. You turn over the card, and you see a bottle of wine on a table.
Oh boy.
And the card shifts and changes in your hand, changing shape into a cylinder so that you're holding it like this, then fizzles and in its place, Lorium is now holding a bottle of wine. The label is written in what languages do you speak, Dorian? Oh, no, sorry, Lorium.
Call me Dorian.
That's right. Hey, that's not an insult.
Common and infernal.
You don't recognize the language on the label, but yeah, you are holding a bottle of deep red wine that has the picture of a splayed deck of cards on it.
See, boss is into fashion. Devil wanted to breathe fire or smoke or some shit. And I
I'm an
like to get drunk.
alcoholic.
Honestly, you know, the funny thing is, like, those were genuine roles, but they were super appropriate for your characters.
So I think these cards just give you what you want in the moment. And he takes off on course and starts drinking. Just a little bit, not chugging the whole thing, because we have jobs.
It is
to do.
acid.
Please tell me it doesn't.
It's actually pretty decent wine. Like, it's not, you know, the best thing you've ever drunk, but yeah, it's pretty good.
That's pretty good shit.
Quite strong, more like kind of a fortified wine or port than your basic kind of red, you know, table red. But yeah, pretty good stuff.
Do we see the
Alright.
label at all?
Do you show it to do you show the bottle to the group?
I mean, yeah, he would have waved it around before he.
Okay.
took it over.
The label is written in what you recognize, Naira, definitely, as basically arcane draconic, which is essentially the magical language that is used for the crafting of spell scrolls and things like that, which is a form of the draconic tongue. And it essentially said the name on the bottle is Gambler's Reserve.
Well, that seems nice.
It's pretty alright. Want some?
Quite.
Not too much, it's pretty strong.
And Naira will take a sip. With her pinky
And
out.
only your clothes got ruined.
Just bought these clothes, too. But she is still operating under the assumption that it will fade in time. She's going to be disappointed later.
No, like, if Lorium's armor had gotten that and just turned into the scene of the stones behind him, if he stood in this exact spot and stood perfectly still, would he get advantage on the stealth roll?
I mean, in that exact spot, yeah, probably. Like,
Ignore the purple.
it's a very situational bonus, but yeah.
Did that include my hat?
Yep.
God damn it!
Hey guys, watch. And he would blow out and wave his hand, and with the minor illusion, it looked like a lightning storm within it.
That's cool.
All right.
Wander. Disappointed. Yep. See, everything worked out. We should totally just like walk by some really poor person and just see if he gives him what he wants to.
No.
Okay.
Or you could.
No.
I mean, you totally could.
Stop it, God.
So they're saying I should draw another card.
We should do that later.
Let's go.
It is about as you say this, Uther, you realize you are no longer breathing smoke. 7 minutes have elapsed since you drew your card.
Aww.
For a short second there, I thought you were going to be like, you realize you can no longer breathe. 7 minutes of fun and near instant death.
So just so you know, we're going to get 2 potions worth of stuff.
2 potions. Okay. It takes you a little bit of time. not including this little kind of side, moment to yourselves. Um, it takes a little while. Most of the places that you go to, most of the workshops and factories and stuff like that around here, as I mentioned, are very kind of industrial in the processes that they use, and don't have the kind of exotic ingredients that you guys are looking for specifically. But go ahead and roll me an investigation with advantage.
Didn't he? Yeah, didn't he tell us where to go?
He did mention a couple of places that you could look, but he referred to generalities rather than, oh, this place will have this, and you can go here for this. He didn't have that kind of detailed knowledge.
Investigation, you said?
Investigation, please. Yes, with advantage because you guys are doing it as a group.
Oh, and by the way, I'm going. Oh my God, double ones!
Imagine Lorem getting a nat 20 on a perception, and you, of all people, getting a nat 1 on Arcana and Investigation.
No
Best
way.
roll.
I
Double that one.
double nat ones! I am distracted by. I'm like, why hasn't this worn off yet?
His wore off. Why is mine wore off? It's like, I got a bottle of wine.
I no longer like these cards. By the way, I am going to use my something of the grave, whispers of the grave, to get expertise in perception.
Okay.
So you rolling that one on that too? Okay. Too soon? I'm sorry.
It takes a couple of hours. You have to go to a lot of different places to find everything that you're looking for. And because of the evident rarity of some of these items, you do end up spending a little more than you were hoping. You actually end up spending 175 gold on all of the ingredients, rather than 150 as you were expecting.
Okie doke.
But by about noon, a little after noon, you do have what you believe to be sufficient a sufficient stock, and are able to head to Rephrum's workshop. You arrive a little later than you had hoped, but more or less on time. And as you get there, me actually might as well do this on the correct map. And, here we go.
His home is gone. It has been melted into the ground.
Foundry did actually tell me that for a moment, so. But no, here we go. Okay. Is Sunshine with you, by the way?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And when you get a second, could you update my sheet from D&D Beyond?
Certainly. One moment then.
Me too.
Yeah, before we start burning spell slots and things.
Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Da-dum. And import. Boom. Wander. Import. And boom. Okay. You should both be good to go.
Yes.
Excellent. So yeah, you approach the workshop, or Master Reference workshop. Everything is closed up. The door is shut as you approach, but you don't notice anything. Nothing looks amiss. The door, which Naira so kindly mended, still looks pretty much brand new. Following your ministrations to it during your last visit.
She gives it an assassin look and is just like, good, that's holding up. and then she will step up to the door and open it.
It is actually unlocked, and you open it to reveal the cozy, well-lit interior, and you actually see Constable Jute seated at the table in the main entrance. What looks to be like a small cup of tea in her hands. She looks a little bit bored and somewhat kind of concerned and potentially a little frustrated. But as you come in, she goes, and gulps it down. And goes, "You're here. Good."
I'm so sorry. We're running a little bit behind. Well, our morning errands took longer than we expected. Do forgive us.
It's fine. What happened to your never mind.
Everyone's gonna bring it up now.
Go. So you all kind of come in, and she's
Where's Valco?
seated there at the desk. Oh, Valco. Whoop, there we go.
There he is.
She's giving you all kind of an assessing look, and says, "So, what are your plans? What's going on?"
Before we begin, is Master Rephram here?
Yes, yeah. And she kind of leans over her shoulder and goes, "Rephram, they're here." And he appears in the doorway. A few moments later, he's wearing his alchemical gear, like a set of heavy goggles, his kind of like big leather gloves and apron, and is actually carrying in his hands a package, like a small pouch. He goes, good. You're here. You're here. Well, the decanting finished overnight. And as promised, the first 3 doses are ready for your use. Were you able to obtain more ingredients, or will you require?
She will hand over the additional 2 sets of ingredients. How long will it take to get the rest of this done? Will you be able to do it quicker?
To process these? Yes. All my equipment is set up. It shouldn't take me more than, say, 3 hours at most.
Okay. Thank you so much. If you could get started, that would be great.
Certainly, yes. I must say it's rather exciting to be working on such exotic ingredients again. Please, yes. Do help yourselves to tea. Anyway, yes. I'll be working. Disappears from view. Oop.
Just so I start it now, I am gonna.
We missed everything after Gunna.
That is absolutely tragic.
Else upcoming.
I'm gonna use the time that we have to use Channel Divinity for a thing.
Okay.
So just gonna dump some gold into my chest cavity and then make some quiet laundry machine.
Just kind of like
I love the thought that
Wally up.
he doesn't have pockets. He just has compartments.
It's got a backpack.
But yes, so Constable Jute is looking at the rest of you. It's like, he told me that you have him cooking up. It's like, is it true then? There's a dragon.
Oh, well, we haven't confirmed that technically yet.
I mean, there should have to come from a dragon, right?
Well, so yes, I mean, somewhere there is definitely a dragon, a black dragon, somewhere. We just don't know if it's actually here or if they're importing it or how they're sourcing this particular material. But yes, it seems very likely that there is one.
Right. So, what's your plan?
Well, I mean, very broad strokes, we intend to go poke it.
Oh, goodness.
poking a beehive. Hopefully a dragon doesn't pop out. Although that would be funny.
Listen, I can appreciate that this may be something of an adventure for you, but this is my home. The very last thing that it needs is a dragon ravaging it.
Exactly, but somebody has, I'm sorry if you hear the background, somebody has ties to that dragon. And we can't change that, but we can try to clean it up, you know what I'm putting down?
Yeah, with all due respect, Constable Jute, a dragon is already ravaging your home. We're just here to make it better.
I,
And imagine
well,
what the king would think to hear that you stopped a potential dragon issue. In
the
an
king,
outskirt city.
as in King the king of Vanya.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you people?
Well, I'm Lady Naira Lionsbane. This is my husband, Uther.
I ask myself that every morning when I wake up.
Lady, you're nobles of the court.
A court,
A
yes.
court, yes.
Oh, Palace.
You know, I'm still getting used to it myself.
But you said that you're here at the behest of the crown, then?
In a manner of speaking, yes. Do you understand what the term kingmaker is? Someone who can choose someone to step up to the mantle of power?
Yes.
He does that gesturing towards the group around him. We're kind of kingmakers in our own right. And, fate changers. I'm pretty sure the captain of the guard is dirty. And you're not.
Can I insight check that? Was that little head bob something she did?
Yeah. Now go ahead and roll an insight. It's not the high DC.
18.
Her precise thoughts were, in other news, water wet.
Gonna start some arguments with that one.
Water isn't wet, it gets things wet.
But with an 18 as well, she seems like you are not the first group of adventurers that has made its way through Eldenil and that she has, encountered and discussed with. You are probably the first group that she has had such prolonged contact with. And to discover that you are not simply adventurers, but apparently agents of some related in some way to the crown has thrown her for something of a loop.
And as you can see, we have very little interest in unsettling this place. In fact, I would imagine you'll see, well, in the short term, if we were to just leave now, a rather large bit of the corruption die down. The lady will probably wind up gripping up a bunch of the remaining powers. There'll still be issues, but less murders, some thievery. But
She takes a flask out of her hip pocket, unstoppers it, and pours it into her teacup.
it helps. He nods.
Above
It
the
does.
table question,
Mhm.
did we want to go see Thornwell before trying to Like, because we've got a 3-hour window now where we're trying to get more potions, so...
If you potentially want to get another ally,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
So
there's gonna be a sort of wake of death.
So right now we have just
Nah.
Flo, the guard captain, and her working with us under the radar. But if we could get one of the council and get
she
some
can
more officialship. Sorry.
she just kind of like she pours some into the teacup, takes a swig directly from the flask, and re-screws it and puts it back into her pocket. And it's just like, so you you really think you can do it?
You see as he gives her a very genuine smile and nods. That's very literally my purpose. This is what I do. Me and my group. We're trying to save this place in its own right.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Come on.
I believe in you, sweetie.
Advantage, oh.
Mmm.
26.
And was that a bardic inspiration?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Make it a 30!
With a 26, she looks down at her cup for a long time, back up at you, and then across at Naira, glances over at the other two.
I don't meet people by chance. I'm on the rails of fate, and we've crossed each other's paths, and think I see your purpose. This is your town, and I think it should be.
So how can I help?
Leans back and looks towards Naira and smiles. She's the ones with the plans.
She's the one with the plan. I just get people on board.
I've done the easy part. Now you make. Now I'm giving you the responsibility.
we have tracked down where we believe, or at least the next location important to, well, just to put it bluntly, the cult that is causing these problems. It's out near the Frother's Lamp.
The lighthouse, okay?
Yes. Some of my companions staked it out last night, and so we are aware that there are more of the odd tentacle folk, the water beings. Did you guys tell me about the weird chanting?
If we didn't, we would have.
Yes.
I, we expect there to be resistance when we go there.
Okay. Well, judging by the way you guys carved through Mr. Dory's warehouse, well, there's not many of the guard that I would trust to back us up. And, well, I don't know how much good they do you anyway. But I can keep the rest of them out of your hair if that would be helpful. Make sure the island's clear when you're going there.
That, and at some point, we're going to have to go and have a conversation with your captain. I think you should try and spread the information to some of your friends. Those who know of his obvious problems.
Well, that's just about every member of the guard. He's bent as a copper wire, but What do you mean?
Well, actually, what do you mean? Because do you mean that he will accept money the way Constable Graham does, or is his corruption more?
Uh, he's, well, he's not an evil man. He's a toad, don't get me wrong. But no, he's not. Well, if what you're asking is, do I think he's a part of this cult? No. He's a coward and he's greedy, but I don't think he's evil. All he's really interested in is making sure he stays captain because that's, well, made him richer than just about anything else he has got the skills or intelligence to do. So he bows and scrapes to the councillors because that keeps him in the big chair, wearing the fancy cloak. And any bribe he can get away with taking, he takes.
You see, Naira, you just get a very dark feeling as you see Uther clench his fist as you remember, oh yeah, they don't, corruption does not go over well in Carvalen. They're very draconic.
Respectfully, a person like that should not be in charge of people's lives.
Well, on that we agree, but so far, well, as I said, he's been a useful little toady to the councillors up until now. If you are bringing the scrutiny of the crown to this place. Has my camera just completely glitched out for you guys, by the way?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to turn it off for a while. We'll give it a rest, and we'll see if it feels like cooperating later.
I love just being able to throw around the king's name now with you guys for this experience.
So yes, making sure that it's clear would be the island is clear of any interlopers would be helpful. A couple of other things that might help as well is after we go in, anyone who approaches gets detained.
Maybe have your company on that side of the town.
I can get a squad together. If you let me know when you're heading in. Well, was it you I heard in my head the other day? And she turns and points at you, Wander.
Yes.
Can I reply when you do that? Could you hear me?
Yes.
25 words, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. If I can have a squad on the Alchemist Quarter, or this afternoon, or well, I mean, pretty much. Well, if you give me a heads up, pretty much whenever, I can have a squad on the Alchemist Quarter. Let me know when you're heading in. I'll walk him over to Frother's Lamp, or well, where is it? Tell me where you guys will be heading. I can have us head there.
Naira will get out her very sad, sorry-looking map, but it's still a map.
It's functional.
A couple of doodle drawings.
And she will sort of X marks the spot.
Goes,
and go,
right.
You can keep that.
Okay, yes. I can have our squad head there whenever you head in. We'll well, I don't know how much good will be if a dragon actually is there, but we can at least keep your backs clear.
And of course, if in the event that we are able to keep any of the cultists alive for questioning, it would be good for you guys to be able to haul them away and and take care of that end of things. Does that sound like a reasonable request?
The least I can do if you're genuinely gonna pull this out root and stem.
Well, that is the plan.
It would be really useful so that we don't get struck from behind.
Preferably longbowmen or crossbowmen if you've got any. Just shrugs. We don't need them to get into it.
And also verbally running in at the same time as us into the area. We don't want to give them a heads up what we're doing.
We'll stand by until we hear from you. Are you moving tonight?
Unless there's anything else that has come up, I don't think there is. I don't see any reason to wait.
She actually pushes back and stands. Says, then I need to get to headquarters. I'll need to talk to some people, juggle some duty rosters around, but I should be able to get a squad of maybe half a dozen, maybe more.
Naira nods. That we very much appreciate all the help.
Well, if you can do half of what you hope to, it's me that appreciates it. She stands up and she actually kind of like clamps her hand on the hilt of the sword at her hip and bows quite like formally to you and Uther and says, "My lord, my lady, gentlemen."
She's doing that wonderful stop his rumbling for a moment, and he'll say, I'll need time to prepare for sending.
How much time?
What time is it? Is it noon?
At this point it's probably about 12:30, 1 o'clock, give or take.
So then if we wanted to move, we'd have to be there by like 7. Is that about the time that we saw them last time?
7, 8, I think.
That would be about sunset.
7, 8. So if I understand this correctly, he'll say roughly 8 hours. Because I didn't prepare sending today. I was ready for death and communication, but not communication over long distance. I left my phone at home.
Well, Wander, forgive us. We still not very familiar with how it works with you. We don't have to use magic to send. We can just use time.
Or to make this even more simple, if I know where you're at, I can send Sunshine over to you.
Sunshine?
A horse?
Oh, I see. Your horse can. It's intelligent.
Oh yeah, she's one of the smartest people I know.
Fuck. Okay. Well, if I give you an address, can she find me there?
If I know where it is, she'll know where it is.
Then, here, and she pulls the map back out and points to a location on the Alchemist Isle a little ways down, and says, the factory here. He pays bribes to the captain to have a squad on standby, to keep, undesirables away. He's in something of a feud with a number of his, well, shall we say, compatriots. I can have my squad assigned to that duty tonight. And, well, if we slip away, then, well, maybe the captain doesn't get quite so big a bribe. That hopefully won't be my problem if you guys are as good as your word.
Lauren will
Oh,
just
you are
look at Naira.
you are gonna really appreciate having met us.
And she kind of just, she actually does give kind of just like a nervous little giggle of kind of like, oh, I really fucking hope so. Like, no insight check necessary.
Are you guys okay with that method of signal?
Works for me.
All right, then. Just have your men on lookout for my war horse. When you see her, that's when you
Oh.
go.
We'll follow her. Okay. Well, I should go. Good luck to you all. I'll see you tonight.
Just saying, technically as well, if we get close enough to that warehouse where she said she was going to be, we can also use message.
And she hurries out, closing the door behind her, and ostensibly is off on her way back to the militia barracks. Given that Lorium did not offer her a card for good luck.
I figured
Um,
water bucket gets that.
No, go ahead, choose.
No.
Good.
Naira will make sure that Uther, Lorium, and Wander have the antidotes.
Okay. From the back room, you just hear the sounds of like flames and bubbling and glass clinking against itself as Rephram continues to work. What's next, guys?
I think we should pay Lady Thornwell a visit. What do you guys think?
I'm okay with either one, but my other thought is if we do this after and then kind of come arriving to her doorstep, and perhaps with the demandance of her backing our dismissal of the current captain and seeking to ascend our friend to the role.
Yeah, I was just thinking that she might need to put some pieces into place during the time it takes us to actually go and take care of this. But you're right. If she's feeling very, very grateful after the fact, we will probably be able to get a little bit more out of her.
He nods. That was my thought. Not saying we can't talk to her beforehand, but I just think it might be a little bit better.
Well, if we do talk to her beforehand, definitely try to figure it out if she knows these people are here. With a bit of smooth talking. And he looks at Uther.
I'm planning on. We could do that after as well, but definitely planning on doing that.
You don't need to be that smooth, sweetie.
There is other than smooth.
So, what do you guys want to do to pass the time while we're waiting the 3 hours to get our potion?
Want to play card?
I kind of wanna.
Talking about my playing card set, what are you thinking of?
The magic ones. Maybe we can do something about this outfit.
Yeah, he accidentally pulls those out and draws 5 cards. That'd totally go up.
Actually, come to think of it, now that I'm looking at my outfit and going, I don't think this is going away. Was there anywhere I could buy clothes? Like, there are rich people in this town. They've got to get their clothes from somewhere.
Yes, Vanya.
God damn it.
Like, there are places to buy clothes. There is nowhere that Naira would want to buy clothes. Let's put it that way.
This is Walmart brand. You gotta outsource to get the Gucci.
No, this is like, even Walmart's kind of pushing it for most. Walmart is where the posh people of Eldenil go.
Really? Detroit Walmart? Really?
South Carolina Walmart? Really? Just all of South Carolina.
Well, I am very disappointed in this.
So we are going to be doing this within the next 8 hours, yes?
Time is it right
Probably.
now?
By the way, prestidigitation says I can make a color small marker symbol appear on an object. Can I use prestidigitation to fix the colors on my
I think it lasts for like one
an
hour.
hour?
For 1 hour, yes.
Yeah. She will continue to do it.
Magic. Bullshit.
Okay.
Every time she does it, I'll cast Dispel Magic.
It does take a little while because technically I think prestidigitation can only affect up to a square foot at a time.
No, it doesn't
So-
specify that for the color specifically. It
Oh,
just
fair
says you
enough.
make a color, small mark, or symbol appear on an object or a surface for 1 hour. Other things it does say a cubic foot, like you clean or soil an object no larger than a cubic foot.
So it does it's not like a one casting and you're back to normal. It does take a little bit of focus and concentration, but yeah, like over the course of say 20 to 30 seconds, Naira is able to focus her magic and make her the former colors of her clothes re-manifest themselves.
Yeah, we don't want to bust in this cultist party and have everyone laugh at your fit.
That would be horrifying. You are correct.
Naira's worst nightmare.
It's just passively casting Tasha's hideous laughter on everybody in a room.
Oh my god, you're now speaking to my own personal insecurities, you guys. So what do you guys want to do?
I'm buzzing like a washing machine.
Are we are just hanging out in here?
I mean, we could help him. We have 3 potions total, yes? And
Right
he's
now,
making
yes.
one.
He is making 2 more, correct.
Okay. I mean, we could help him with that.
And by we, you mean Naira.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and with your help, because you guidance, you're in that party.
I'm busy.
Yeah, true. They just open up the refrigerator, pull out a Coke. That's your guidance.
Can I be of any help?
Oh yes, certainly. Please, take those gloves, and if you could hold this beaker for me while we apply the heat. And yes, he will definitely welcome your assistance. Because you are simply assisting him, I'm not even going to make you roll, but you will be able to shorten the manufacture time slightly, depending on. Well, actually, yeah, go ahead and roll. Depending on what you do roll, that will determine. Oh, okay. You are able to very effectively assist him and actually shorten the time required for the production of the remaining doses to 2 hours from 3.
I took some notes and studied last night.
And most effectively, it would seem. Yes, no, you've got quite a knack for this endeavor.
So Naira's occupied for the next 2 hours. Are you guys going to be drawing cards? Because I'm jealous.
I mean, playing cards. If Uther wants.
Yes.
Hey, cool. Roll 3d20.
Do rollies. Roll 1d20 and whoever gets the highest wins.
We count it in order. All of mine have +3.
The Valco rolled. Oh, it's a close game.
All of mine have +3 though.
They have -3 because I ban you.
Fuck you.
Why would they have +3? Is it
'Cause he's
because I mean I know that it's
Playing cards.
fair enough.
It's his only tool proficiency is playing cards.
So that makes it 39 to 32. So I will say, Uther, you lose 7 gold pieces to Lorium over the course of the next 2 hours.
You get played like a damn fiddle.
Out of curiosity, and not that it would make any difference on this, but wouldn't his Jack of all trades apply?
True. Half
So
proficiency.
that would round his up to 38 to 39, I believe, because your proficiency right now is plus what?
3.
+3? Yeah. So,
So it'd
so
be
in fact, Lauren, 1 gold piece. As the game goes back and forth, quite a fierce fought little match there. But in the end, Lorium, you do come slightly out on top.
I like how if you look at our rolls, because I was playing it like 3 rounds sort of deal. If you
Mhm.
look at our rolls, they're almost exactly the same. 'Cause
Yeah.
without proficiency, I would have just straight up lost the 2 out of 3 immediately.
so what you're saying is that you were dealing from the bottom of the deck.
No.
He's just more familiar with, the odds, the hands.
The deck.
Man, I could really
Uh,
fuck with his card deck now. I just take like 3 cards from the playing card set, put it on top of the other cards.
Say, Uther, go ahead and deal.
Go ahead and deal, bud.
But okay, so, Wander, what are you doing for this 2 hours? Because your channel divinity does definitely finish in that time. What do the others see as they look up from their card game, if anything?
There's a microwave ding as the project is finished, and Wonder will reach into his chest where the holy symbol is usually kept, and unless it has changed and I didn't write it down again, it's still a shield. Yeah.
Currently, it is still a shield.
Good. 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 Um, Around the shield is this sphere of a gold material that just kind of it's 2 circles. What would that be called? Like intersecting each other. So it's like sphere, and then and it just kind of holds the shield there in place. That's all. Of
Okay.
note, if one were to look at it, one could assume that I spent 50 gold on this for no reason.
So he now has a gilded holy symbol of somewhat fancy decoration that is attached by a chain to his internal compartment.
Yeah.
Cool. So the 2 hours pass. With your assistance, Naira, Master Rephram continues his work, eventually decanting the substance that he has made from the refinement of the initial acid that you provided into a pair of vials, um, which he quite carefully pushes these little glass stoppers into. And goes, right, well, do be quite careful and ensure that, as I said, you store it only in alchemical glass. Cork would react rather unfortunately, but I do promise it is safe for ingestion.
Okay, so we are supposed to drink it.
Yes, yes. Don't worry. It is inorganic material would be an unfortunate reaction, but it will be beneficial for upon ingestion. I promise.
And what does it do, and how long does it last?
The effects should last for probably an hour or so, and they would ameliorate the effects of any kind of corrosive substance, most specifically the acid of Black Dragon, should you find yourself facing one.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Do we owe you anything for your time, sir?
No, no, no. What you are doing for Eldenil is quite payment enough. If you are able to accomplish all that you hope, well, not only I, but the whole city will be in your debt.
Naira smiles and she's going to say, one of these days you guys are going to stop looking at us and think if.
Well, it's been rather some time since we've had cause for true hope. But, good luck anyway.
Naira will nod and go join the rest of the party.
So let me get this straight real quick. We have 5 total vials of
Yes.
antacid?
Yes.
Correct. You have 5 potions of acid resistance.
We have 5 antacids between all 5 of us, 4 of us.
We have 5 Peptos.
Well, technically
Yes.
we've got 5 if we're going to bring Valco, but Naira is going to say that we shouldn't bring Valco.
If you bring Velko to the dragon fight, I will not be.
You will not be able to stop yourself from revivifying. Is that what you said? Because you cut out. So obviously that's what you said.
That is precisely what I said, and God must have ordained it as such. So believe what you will.
And so Naira will tuck the 2 new ones, say, do be careful with these. He says that we should drink them. They'll last about an hour, and they should give us resistance if we are to be threatened with acid. Specifically, black dragon acid. But, you know, if... it might help against other acids, too. I don't exactly know. And then she walks over to Uther and she goes, okay, I'm trying real hard to be confident about this, but we're gonna be facing off against a dragon. Have you ever done this
Maybe.
before?
This also might be something metaphorical, like, someone named the dragon, as it gives you that, like, half-hearted grin. But, yeah, this is... As he looks at Lorium and Wander. This is doable. We might see that it definitely isn't, but we won't know till we try. And he smiles. You could add it to your list. Dragon Slayer.
That does sound pretty cool.
Loriam starts vibrating.
Wander holds him at the shoulders. They both start vibrating.
Metal clinking on metal.
Or just like, me want fight.
Do we need anything else? What do I know about... It was a black dragon, right? What do I know about black dragons, out of curiosity?
Roll me an Arcana check.
They stink. They're rude. They curse.
God
Wow.
damn it!
Oh, damn!
That is 4! 4 nat ones I've rolled already.
God damn.
I still see it. You just roll it again.
Yes.
14.
Yeah,
That's
actually,
pretty
can I burn my inspiration?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. If I nat 1 again.
That one, please. For the love of
Oh my god.
This is a terrible, terrible day.
Get them out of the way
Yeah,
now.
get 'em out
Rather
of the way
now
so
than
that-
fight.
yep.
Yep.
the entire
Not
fight.
now,
is
not now.
That's
plus
not how
temporal.
rolling dice works, you guys.
Yes,
It
Yes,
is
it
if
is.
you speak it into truth.
Um,
Don't say it not, because then it not.
We're gonna damagate all over them.
We're gonna damage.
Yes.
Yes.
you don't actually know a great deal about black dragons specifically. Much of your delving into draconic lore at Sorveni was focused on metallic dragons, those which are have
Fuck you!
Yes. See?
I was thinking of doing the same shit.
those which have benevolent interactions with the mortal races and have actually historically contributed to the arts and such. So whilst you know generalities about dragons as being fearsome combatants, very sturdy, very hard to damage in terms of like their scales are renowned for their armor or for their abilities to protect against damage. And obviously the fact that they can fly, breathe various elements, and have a fondness for treasure. For Black Dragon specifically, you don't know a great deal more than that.
But
Um,
Lorium coming in like Iron Bull with a nat 20 to Arcana. What does he know?
So Lorium, you know Actually, with a natural 20, something occurs to you. Something that has been niggling at the back of your mind for some time. Obviously, you know from Master Rephrom's revelation that black dragons have have an affinity for the acidic compound, or for acidity, and that their breath weapon is based on it. However, you also know something else. You were weaned on stories of famous dragon slayers, the historic, legendary warriors that face down these creatures of evil in the time of need of various kingdoms. And a commonality among the stories that has just kind of clicked into focus with your time here in Eldenil and your reflection on what you know. Dragons have, especially, well, the older and more powerful a dragon, the more it will impose an effect on the area around it. Where a dragon makes its lair begins to take on the nature of that dragon. If it is a red dragon, the area will become ashy, dry, prone to fire. If it is a green dragon, the land will become poisonous. The plants will twist and change, becoming and venomous animals will abound. If it is a black dragon, the land will become increasingly barren, corrupted. The natural order will begin to corrode because of the acidic influence of the beast that resides within. And based on the changes that you saw in the landscape as you approached Eldenil, you have a good like you suddenly realize that it would make a great deal of sense that a portion of that corruption, at least, was based on the presence of a powerful black dragon that had been in residence for a long, long time and had recently become increasingly active.
Huh. So he would just look up from the playing cards towards Naira speaking. The nasty ass environment, corruption of the waters and such might not all be alchemical. That could actually just be the influence of a dragon of this kind.
Really? How do you know that?
Or stories from mercenaries. They all affect the area they roost in. Hmm. Honestly, I wasn't really expecting to meet a dragon here, but now. He starts vibrating more. That's it. He goes into contemplation.
Do we know, do you know if there are any particular weaknesses that one might have, or any resources we should stock up on?
Honestly, I think we got exactly that with what we just did. Weaknesses. Don't let the fucker fly.
Don't let the fucker fly.
Well, with a natural 20, what I will say is, what you would also know about black dragons is they have a reputation as being amphibious, equally at home in the water as in the air.
He would relay that. They can swim. Really well.
Nara shudders. Do you think we should see if we can locate some potions of water breathing?
Could be a really good idea.
That as well looks over at Wander. Keeping us up above it might be kind of nice as well.
I'm just wondering if it happens to get its claws on one of us and takes us underwater.
Well, I saw Wander do something really fucking fancy
Oh?
when he split the water below the bridge.
Oh, yeah, that was remarkable. Can you still do that?
Let me guess, he doesn't have it prepared. Because why would you?
He said that he would be right back, so
Oh.
we'll wait a moment. Wander is equally in contemplation.
Just
Wander's
based on
here.
our hunt
Ah.
around earlier, by the way, do you think we would be able to find any potions of water breathing?
It's possible, but unlikely that anybody would have something of so much value just kind of ready for use. It's certainly like it is possible. This is after all like the alchemical quarter, and so that is an alchemical product, but it would be like it would be a slim chance, or relatively slim chance.
Do you want me to roll that D100 or whatever you want me to roll now, just to see if we can find it?
It would be an investigate check. If you do decide to basically go out and try and find one among the shops and things like that, then you would want to roll an investigation.
Okay. And just so you know, after we're done doing this, I will be using prestidigitation again to refresh my outfit.
Okay.
To that shit, yeah, Lauren would immediately cast or begin casting aid.
Okay.
And it would target. I'm sorry, but you're the one who doesn't usually get into melee. Lorium, Naira, and Wander. Uther got the blasting stick, and he used it really well.
But Wander, the question was raised: does Wander have control water prepared?
No. Did that come through?
Yes.
I can water walk, but not control it.
I'll take it. That's still better than nothing.
Sorry.
No.
Oh, you're fine, bud.
It's just good to know in advance.
Yeah, don't apologize. You're perfect the way you are.
Just, for no particular reason, the scene of Anakin saying "liar" just phased into my brain. It's for absolutely no reason, unrelated. Carry on.
Shh. Well, I would like to see if we can find some potions, at least of water breathing, if possible.
Have we asked Rephram about where we may make or buy some?
That'll be the next thing I do. Hopefully to give me advantage on that investigation.
We shall see.
But is there anything else that people want to do before we? Because I mean, we're killing time, so we can draw more cards if it's not going to make Wander cry. Like, what do you want to do?
Wonder can't cry, thank you very much.
Well, perfect.
Somebody's telling me you just really want to draw cards for no particular reason.
I really do want to draw cards. Naira doesn't learn anything, but she will come
I
over
haven't
here.
learned a thing.
Master Ephraim, do you happen to know where we might be able to source some potions of water breathing?
Um, he gives the question some thought, and then does like basically says, well, having such an item readily available for purchase would be unusual, but there are a number of places you could try, and he does list off and give you the addresses for a number of the more kind of eclectic workshops in the city or in the Alchemist Quarter that you may wish to try.
It just seems so odd considering there's so much water around this place. You'd think there would be at least a little demand for it. Thank you so
Well,
much.
you're quite welcome.
Wink. I know where to look for some if there's going to be any. I don't quite know if there's going to be any, but, you know, we might as well have a look.
Okay, so sorry, go on.
I was just going to say I'll go ahead and roll.
Yeah, okay, so go ahead and roll and do so with advantage because you got that intelligence from Master Referent.
Fuck.
23. Not bad. Uh, we go. Okay. You head out, spend about an hour walking the streets of the Alchemical Quarter, visiting the shops that he indicated, and you do find with a 23, you do find two potions of water breathing for sale at a price of 250 gold apiece.
Let me see how much we have in party funds. I have. Well, in party funds, I have enough to buy one. Unless, Uther, you think you can get that price dropped any. I know I just doled out quite a lot of money, so if you guys wouldn't mind pooling a second one, I think we could buy a second one.
Wanda just puts 25 platinum on the table.
Okay.
If we buy both, can't you make us a deal? Maybe make it 400. Come on.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
This time I will actually give him bardic inspiration.
Oh,
That'd be
French laugh.
36.
22. You are able to talk to both of the merchants and basically spend a few minutes going back and forth between the two, playing them off each other, ramping up the natural kind of competitiveness that people in the same industry feel against each other. Talking about, that arrogant so and so down the street thinks that he has a better quality one and has warned us not to purchase yours, and kind of going down that tack a little bit. You are able to drop the price at both vendors to 200 gold apiece.
Woot. Woot.
The 225 platinum remains on the table.
Well,
Figure it
buy
out.
10 of those platinum. back to Wander and then put 10 of his own platinum down. Or, well, 15 of the platinum back to Wander, and then 10 platinum down of his own. And then just wink at Wander, which is just a blink, of course.
You guys are making it so hard for Wander to understand money.
You don't have to spend all yours at once.
This thing is 250 gold. I give him 250 gold. You give it most of it back and make me pay 10 instead.
If you explained that you were having trouble with money, she would explain why she never takes the full stuff from you. But you never explain anything.
No. Yeah, because it's funnier that way.
Uther just looks at Nair and goes, "You carry like pretty much all my money. I just carry like 200 gold around on me."
Was that all? Just casually carrying around a year's wages.
Yeah.
Just like, well, not anymore. You've been pickpocketed.
So she takes the 200 or the first 200 out of party funds, and she will take the other from Laurium and from Wander, and she will actually say to Laurium, Uther and I can also contribute.
Oh, it's fine, because if I have to go underwater, I'll be absolutely fucked.
Well, I was going to suggest that you were one of the two people that could get one of these, actually.
And I've had this money burn a hole in my pocket and nothing to spend it on, so I'm absolutely happy to contribute half of it.
Okay. And then, as for the other person, I know Wander doesn't have to worry about going underwater. If it's all right with you, sweetie, I would like to take this. I have a tendency to get closer to danger.
Yes, please do.
Okay. And then the other suggestion that I have is that we take Valko back to the tavern and get him to join the guard dogs.
Do you want me to just tell him?
Oh, I forgot you could do that. Yes, please. That sounds great.
He's just going to reach out, snap his finger, because why not hit everyone in the room, including Valko, and just turn to him in Sylvan, which now all of you can understand, and go, "So where the cart is, the other horses, as well as where we've been sleeping, make your way there quickly, and try not to draw any attention to yourself." Is that all making sense? It nods. We want to make sure that's all secured and taken care of in case we need to leave quickly. But hopefully everything will be fine.
Can you tell him he's a big, brave boy?
Oh, yes. Naira says you're a big, brave boy.
And she gives him some fuss.
Tail wagging, mad licking, etc. And then he moves over and kind of stands proudly and resolutely by the door.
Mage Hand just opens it up.
And he heads out into the streets of Eldenhill.
Oh, do you think
Faintly
you'll be
down the
okay?
road you hear a, "Oh, what the fuck?"
In most people, he doesn't look like a stray or just like a random wolf. He is armored, so yeah, I think he'll be fine.
We get back there later, having not found the dragon, and find him wagging his tail, dead dragon right there. We're like, what the fuck?
What the The dragon turns into bones, and you see its essence being absorbed into Valko. He's a dragonborn!
Oh, we're gonna feed Valko the fuck out of a dragon.
I don't know. I feel like I could make some cool stuff out of dragon scales.
I second that motion.
Valko's
Probably
gonna
crazy.
eat its heart.
Yeah, feeding him the heart of a being of elemental acid. What could possibly go wrong?
Well, we give him a potion of acid resistance fast.
It'll hurt less, but it'll still hurt.
It'll still hurt.
But okay.
Wander. I don't know if you can or how long it takes, but would you be comfortable making my crossbow magical again?
It would take a day.
Oh, okay.
Do we know about dragons having any sort of magical, like, magic resistance? Or, like, resistance to anything that's not magical?
No, none of the rolls that you've made so far, like none of the knowledge that you've gleaned, has indicated that kind of thing. They are known to be kind of generally like difficult to, especially the older ones. They are known to shrug off certain spells and be generally quite difficult to affect. But that is simply kind of a characteristic of their inherent power rather than any kind of special quality that makes them, they don't have any kind of inherent anti-magic field or anything like that, or require magical weapons. You poke a there are plenty of stories of dragons being laid low by mundane weapons when wielded either en masse or simply by particularly effective hands.
Question, just, out of curiosity, hypothetically, not that I'm planning this at all. But if it's large enough, could I use my climb speed to climb it?
I mean, depending on what you're trying to do, in theory.
Okay. Would I think that that would be an acrobatics or athletics thing that you were going to put me through?
Again, it would kind of depend on precisely what you were trying to achieve. Like in general, if you were trying to kind of get yourself into any kind of advantageous position on it in order to strike, that would probably be in athletics. If it was more kind of ensuring that you were not caught in any particular thing that it was doing, then that would be more likely in acrobatics.
Okay, then
So if it was offensive, it would be athletics. If it was defensive, acrobatics.
Then while people are just sticking around and we're, we got time, I'm going to switch my proficiency from Whispers of the Grave to athletics.
Okay.
Now, hypothetically, the back of a dragon counts as a solid surface, right?
I mean,
You don't like all these questions.
I love these questions.
under certain applications, yes.
I'll take that answer. So you're saying there's a chance?
Probably not, but I mean,
well.
you do you.
I'll take those odds. 1% is still 1% more than I thought.
Hypothetically, if I hit a dragon with flight with Sentinel, does that just ground it?
I mean, technically yes. If a dragon, like it would need to be close enough to the ground, for you to hit it. So it would be unlikely to take a great deal of fall damage. But you could theoretically stop a dragon from, for example, doing a flyby attack if it came to it.
Holy fuck, this is gonna be.
God, that would be badass. Anyway.
Andrew's like, there is no dragon.
I asked it real nice.
Yeah, you guys are gonna get there. There's gonna be no dragon.
We're all gonna be like, oh.
Some guy.
There could potentially be a dragon somewhere around the city.
Hell, if there's some guy, if it's a mature enough dragon, just seeing some guy does not mean we're not looking at a dragon.
That is true.
Don't
say such things. Yeah.
Oh no, I abide by 3.5. Powerful dragons are spellcasters.
Well, that's true in 5 too, I think.
It's a
Even
good thing I
more
have
reason
silence
for Lauren
ready.
to kill it.
I don't believe so, actually. No, yeah, by raw, even ancient dragons don't have spellcasting abilities, but mine do. Just FYI.
Really?
I'm gonna
Um,
cast silence on the dragon's tongue.
that's such a good idea.
Wouldn't it be?
Oh, I guess we're leaving water. Let's go.
Yeah, I guess we're all deciding to filter out. We still got like 6 hours before we gotta get there, but all right.
I mean, you do actually have a great deal of time left. Yeah, if there is anything else that you guys wish to accomplish, it did take a little bit of time. It took about an hour for you to go out and check the places that Master Rephram had mentioned. Um, and I'll say that you sent Valko home during that time and everything as well. So at this point, it's probably about maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So you do have several hours until sunset. If there is anything else you guys wish to accomplish.
I will just find either place in reference or in the tavern to sit down and ritually cast Identify on the enchantment gem, because I can't remember if I did that or not.
You did.
You did, yes.
Okay, cool. And that just told me that it was a gem that could potentially be used in crafting, right?
Well, what you would have learned is essentially it is a gem that bears an elemental similarity or affinity almost, or not affinity, but a similarity to the elementalism of Flamebearer. The radiant fire that manifests within Flamebearer is also present in this gem. This gem is not as, shall we say, pure a source, but does have both radiance and flame elementalism within it. The golem that you guys pried it out of was using it to project a cone of fire of that radiant flame during combat. And depending on the precise enchantments or channeling that was woven around the gem, there are any number of potential effects that could be created from it.
Oh, that's real interesting. That's real interesting. That's um, noted.
Don't
Anyway.
say such things.
They're making Wander sad.
No, Lauren would just shake his head.
Man, and I was gonna do such a cool thing.
Ironically, this is why Lauren did not just give the deck of cards to Uther or Naira.
This is wise, because Naira would have been like, what does this one do?
Ooh, piece of candy.
And my head's on fire.
For the next hour. But I suppose while we've got the time and maybe a few hours before we decide to head there. Call it if I can get away with it. Call it a couple hours before we decide to head there. Wander will approach Naira, and he will pull out his new holy symbol and allow it to float in the air between the two of them. And he'll just say, "Don't die." And he'll do this. And there's a small flash of light, and Naira feels as if nothing has changed. She feels as though she just got flashbanged, and that's all that was.
Actually, Naira's going to roll an Arcana check. Is it Arcana or Religion?
Either Arcana will have a higher DC because it is not directly applicable.
I summon the one magic.
Speaking of, please, Wander and Naira, remember to add that max HP +5.
Since I have proficiency in both, can I roll one with advantage? Religion?
No, but I will say it will reduce the DC for both.
Okay, well then I will roll.
I will take that into account when I determine the DC.
20.
Shit.
Yes, you understand exactly what he just did.
And she'll go, I'll do my best, Wander. Thank you.
You have no choice. You will not die once.
Once.
Wanda does not say that.
I really appreciate it.
No, without saying anything, the symbol just falls against his chest and he just stays there, awaiting our next move.
Okay, so is there anything else that you guys wish to do before as sunset approaches?
Can I suggest, since we burned through some graders, maybe we get some more healing potions?
Yes. Can we have done that while we went shopping for the other stuff?
Yes, but roll me another investigation check to determine
With
how many
advantage
of those
since
you're able
they're
to
helping
find.
me?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. You are able to find a number of healing potions available, including including one greater healing potion. These items are rarities within Eldenil, and as you are kind of looking around for them, you actually see a lot of items that are advertised as healing potions, but which your familiarity with these items enables you to basically reveal as charlatan. One moment, here we go. So, you are able to buy up to 3 regular healing potions and 1 greater healing potion. Each regular healing potion is listed as 65 gold pieces. The greater healing potion is going for a premium of 300 gold pieces.
So, at this point, our party funds are dwindling a little bit. So, Naira will suggest that the regular healing potions, at least, anybody who wants them, come out of their own funds. And I will buy one.
Okay. Go ahead and add that to your inventory and mark off the 65 gold.
And I do think Lorium should probably get a greater one as well. How much was that one?
300 gold pieces.
I
do have enough to dump on that.
Yes, but I think that we should help you if you want the help.
I mean, either or. Whatever everybody's with. He currently has 597 gold total.
Where did all of my money go? I only have like 24 platinum. I probably.
That is almost 250 gold.
Yeah, I know, but I haven't. I have spent very little money. Like I think
fair.
I'm the only one who hasn't bought any magic items or anything like that. So I think I must be missing some.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and buy that greater. Anyone can try to persuade him to lower the price, because Lorian will not. So yeah, I'll mark that off myself. That's fine.
Okie doke.
I mean, unless you could take it down to 250. Come on. Look at him. He's terrifying.
Go ahead and roll your persuasion.
Give it.
Oh my god!
Damn.
Oh my Christ.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? You're right. He is terrifying. That will be 225, my fine friend.
Thanks, bro.
Gives you a thumbs up. Because you're like, damn, he pretty.
But okay. So, are there any other final preparations for the hour of sundown?
Okay. I don't think so.
I mean, when you say the hour of sundown, if I were going to cast a spell that lasted an hour, it would still.
Well, what I'll say is like when you guys actually get to your kind of quote unquote destination, at that point you can cast any spells you wish prior to entering the area. This is more just kind of general stuff to do around the city before you go to your destination.
Okay, then I am going to ask everyone, do we want water walk before, or do we want it as a reaction kind of thing?
I think we want it when it becomes relevant.
Okay. Because I could ritual cast it and then it not be a problem, or I could do that on my turn in combat.
We could do that before we enter the place if you want.
Yeah,
Doesn't it last for a while?
It lasts for an hour.
Yeah, let's get like down there and then drop it on us because we can throw it off ourselves if we need to.
Yeah, I was
Then
about
we
to
get
say,
a free
water
one.
walk allows you to like walk on water, but you can still dive into it if you need to, or do you just get?
You can choose to drop the spell on yourself. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And you can be dragged down, but unless you are held under by some kind of opposing force, you will basically float back up to the surface at a rate of 60 feet around.
yeah, so you got like a really solid life preserver on yourself.
Basically, yes.
It's got the little light and everything.
Little whistle there.
Then yeah, once we get there, we'll, a safe distance away, I'll ritually cast water rock on everyone.
Okay, so let me bring us all over to the city map as you guys have gone around the Alchemist Quarter and completed your shopping, discussing amongst yourselves the trial that is to come. And then I think before we head to Frother's Lamp, let's just take a quick 5-minute break. I will make another cup of tea. And when we resume, you guys will enter the lair of the cult of Quintazadun.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yay!
5-minute break, everyone. We will
Sounds good.
resume shortly.
Yay.
I see this going well. I am 80% sure there's no dragon and he's this.
Oh yeah. That there's no dragon, and there might be one somewhere around the city.
Yeah.
Maybe not underneath it.
Yeah.
It's like we kill the cult, and then a dragon just lands. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing with my boys?
It's like, these were my friends. We're just like, we can be your friends. It's okay.
I'm
Yeah, you
putting
want us to
boots
rub-
in asses.
Look, you want us to rub some of this potion on ourselves, Lord?
Look, you want us to draw our weapons and like prepare to attack? Like we can do that.
Okay,
There was also
proceed.
the
Oh.
water walk.
Mhm.
And
Yes,
since
so we
it's-
could. Yeah, you said that you that was an intent. So we'll say that you are able to find a quiet spot among the alleyways just before your arrival, and Wander spends the several minutes necessary chanting and focusing his divine power to ritually cast Water Walk on I assume the entire group.
Yeah.
Okay.
To include the
Everyone
horse?
loves sunshine.
Damn
it. Yes, sunshine.
Now, I assume they were speaking Draconic. I just wish I knew what they were saying.
It sounded like a prayer.
Did I see any? Oh, there was it said something in the book about following the prayer, right? Was there
It did.
Was there a prayer in the book?
There were several. If you wanted to spend a moment to reference the book,
Yes.
Okay. Um, so I will say either Uther and Wander, or one of you rolling with advantage. Please roll me a history check to see if you can recall enough of the common part of the prayer to guide Naira's search within the book.
And
Is there advantage?
here, have one of these. Wait, hold on. Have one of these.
I'll give Uther advantage and Guidance.
Okay.
Go himbo powers activate.
Yes!
Oh.
Oh my god.
So, Uther, you are able to recall precisely the wording that Wander passed on to you as you were
25.
as the two of you watched that individual enter and then leave the temple. Recalling the wording that he used on the common part and passing that on to Naira. Naira, you are able to very precisely identify within the book which prayer the man was chanting as he entered, which is basically a prayer of abasement before the majesty of Quintazadun and the power and true inevitability of the great hunger that will consume.
Well, I think we know the secret passphrase. Of course, I mean, one look at us and they'll probably know we're not part of it, but, you know.
Nah, we're totally converts.
Why not? Let's see what happens.
So, did he already cast Water Walk? Yes, he did. Okay.
Yes.
So, do we want to take some time to, like, write the prayer on your hands, or what?
You can just write down on some paper.
So she will, using her special quill, give everybody basically a copy of the prayer.
Okay. Okay. You spend a few minutes scribbling down the kind of basically the main sort of chorus, if you like. Which is essentially a series of lines in common and then a refrain in Draconic, which is generally variations of "So shall it be. It shall be inevitable." Phrases along that line, generally quite simplistic, obviously intended for the use of somebody who does not speak, who does not have an actual comprehension of Draconic, based on just the simplicity of the phrasing. And that makes it actually quite easy for you to pass this out to the rest of the group.
Okay. So, marching orders. How shall we proceed?
I'll go last.
I think Uther and I will take point.
Sure.
Forgive me, I think probably Sunshine should only join us when there's trouble. It might seem odd trying to bring a horse with us otherwise.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, let's creep into this creepy ass lair.
Okay,
and
so are you
slay
guys going
they're
to try and
supposed to
just
go.
kind of climb down to the boardwalk or move around to the area, to the broken down staircase?
Broken down staircase, I think.
Okay. So, Naira, Uther, Lorium, Wander. And I will say that Sunshine is just kind of chilling.
This does look a little bit. Let's check the stability of this before the heavier folk try and walk across.
Oh, I'm not worried about it.
Oh.
You just
Well-
walk over the water there.
They're gonna hit the water.
I'm okay.
Um, as
I'm
you cross
waiting.
over the bridge, it is actually like it's not on the verge of falling apart, but it is certainly also not, built to code. This is a pretty rickety structure, and Laurie, you kind of do see that there was potentially a little bit of wisdom in you and Wander in particular deciding to go across one at a time,
Yeah.
as all of the wood here is very obviously reclaimed. Um, from well potentially from many of the hulks of ships and other kind of vessels that you can see that have been pulled up and just integrated into the structures around you. Large planks or large portions of their hull have been simply broken open to turn them into impromptu shelters on land, and many of those planks have ended up in these structures, which do creak and sag ominously as Uther and Naira cross, and then you begin to cross after them. But because you are going one at a time, no rolls are necessary, except everybody please do give me a perception roll.
Also gonna use a bonus action to get a spell slot back.
Oh,
Okay.
this is gonna be such a bad day for me.
So, Wander, you are the only one who sees it, but circling among the piles that support the bridge and crouched below the railing of the ship that the gangway leads to, more of these half-fish creatures are watching. As Uther and Naira first began to cross, they seemed about to surge into activity, the one below the water, swimming rapidly up, and you see it clutched in its right hand a trident similar to the ones that were used in their defense of Mr. Dory's warehouse. But as it surfaces, it beneath their feet, it cocks its head and then seems to pause and sink, relaxing slightly back down, listening to them as they cross above it, chanting.
I'm gonna
And
do
so, though
this.
you are aware of them, they take no further action.
Good, 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 good. I'm just gonna do. And,
You cut out.
yeah, bad Mick bad. Um, I actually won't do that because if I start casting a thing, they'll probably be like, "Funny magic bad, explode." So carry
That's
on.
certainly a possibility. Okay.
Yeah, and
Well,
we'll kill them if they do. I'll whisper to Lorium, "They're watching us."
Mm. That's it.
okay. So, Uther, Naira, you are able to make your way up onto the main deck, or what was once the main deck of the ship. Uh, a broken staircase, or broken down, I should say, staircase leads up to the forecastle, which is otherwise out of view behind a solid rail. And on this side, a wall of cobbled together wreckage and planks forms the side of one of a part of this isle, this artificial island that is gradually crumbling and being reclaimed by the estuary. Above you, buildings that are in slightly better shape have been built on top of these ruins, but especially you, Uther, with your earlier sight of it, you can see that behind long ropes of strangely kind of tangled and gnarled vines of seaweed that hang down from this wall. There is a door built into it.
He'll look down, continue the readings and mutterings as he makes his way up and towards the door.
Okay.
And once they actually get over there, Lauren will start to make his way while doing the same.
And who brought up the fact that somebody was praying when he arrived here?
That was Naira.
Naira? So I will say Naira and Uther, both of you guys get inspiration because, well done. Very good idea.
Whew.
Yay, inspiration.
You saved the lives of those fish people.
And so, Lorium, yes, you see both of them make their way up onto deck. There is no apparent activity or response. Wander, you see all of these figures watching you curiously, but not with any open hostility, given that you have arrived in the company of three individuals who have presented themselves properly.
Oh, I was looking at your camera. I didn't realize Lauren made it all the way over.
Yeah, we're going one at a time so we don't break through.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was waiting on. I was waiting on you to make it all the way over. Follow up saying the same prayer, though in his head he's thinking, "I don't believe this."
Kind of got his fingers crossed behind his back as he goes.
Yeah, just one of those like, I swear, gods, please don't take my holy power because I'm saying this.
I'm not cheating on you. I'm not cheating on
I'm
you.
not cheating. I'm not cheating.
Okay.
Tell me if I die at any point.
No. The shape in the water turns and follows you with its eyes, milky and glassy as they are, but none of them make any move as the four of you assemble on the main deck of the ship, or what was once the main deck of this ship.
Well,
Open the door, funny people.
Uther continuing
Okay.
his creepy ass prayers. Opens the
You
door.
you open the door. Within, you see the deck suddenly fall away into a black, fetid pool of water a few feet beneath. Across it, another rickety-looking walkway is on rather unsteady-looking piles that snake across toward on the far side of the pool. You, with your excellent night vision, can just make out what looks to be crudely made flagstones in a rough tunnel that goes deeper into the kind of ruin and wreckage that seems to make up so much of this island.
Keeping my eye open for traps and shit like that, she will say, "Do you want me to scout ahead? Have a peek at what we're looking at?" Very quietly to Uther.
Continuing his prayer, and then between gritted teeth. Yes, certainly. You're a little bit more perceptive than I am.
Okay. As you step in, give me a perception check and an investigation check. Or actually, technically, well, roll me the investigation check first, since you are coming and looking for traps. And are you moving openly while chanting, or are you trying to be stealthy?
As I'm stepping in, I'm moving openly while chanting. I'm gonna switch to stealthy when I get farther in.
Okay. Let me know when you choose to do that. So for now, roll me an investigation check.
And did you say with advantage?
No,
Okay.
not right now. 19. Okay. Um, there don't appear to be any traps. The construction of this place is crude and fairly haphazard. Um, any kind of like the complexity of a mechanism that would be necessary for a well-concealed trap would be curiously out of place here. But as you start to step out across the planks of the walkway, also give me a perception check, please. Okay. The dark water swirls beneath your feet, but you don't see anything other than the rickety structures around you as you cross the walkway.
And
Beyond.
it's about this point right here that I'm going to switch to stealth.
Okay, roll me a stealth check. Uther, as you step in, how are you moving?
Just continuing like that, looking down occasionally, but having gotten the words of it now, continuing with this rhythmic
Okay.
chanting.
Okay. So one moment. Mhm. Okay. So Naira, move yourself. It's when you get to about there, you kind of come around a bend a little bit, and Uther, you can just see in the distance beyond. And actually, Lorium, Uther, and Wander, as you all enter the tunnel, heads down and chanting in your own way, all of you, please also give me perception checks. Okay. None of you notice anything as you cross the walkway, but you can all see the glow of torchlight from further in the tunnel. And Naira, from your vantage point, you can see more clearly than the rest a larger area that the tunnel opens up into, more flagstones covering the ground. Rough pews line either side of a ragged, rotted, and threadbare carpet. And beyond them, an altar of some sort, graven with dragon heads. And in front of it, a humanoid figure kneeling in dirty red robes, head bowed, prostrating himself before the altar. And you can hear echoing down the tunnel toward you from this larger space a sibilant chant, low and repeating, droning on and on and on.
Do I understand the words of the chant? Also, Naira's going to message Uther and sort of tell him what she sees, and specifically that there is a man here chanting. I'm gonna sneak forward. He doesn't seem to have acknowledged your presence yet.
Then continue making his way forward.
Okay. So Naira, yeah, put yourself wherever you want to end up. Everybody else, just pause your movement for a moment. Okay, so are you kind of gonna just post up there?
Yeah, well, actually,
Whenever he would like turn around and recognize me, I would keep walking forward.
Okay.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah, pause yourself. I just want to let Naira get to wherever she wants to be when that
Sure.
happens. About there?
yeah. Well, actually, you know what? She's gonna sneak up behind a pew, so she can stay hidden.
Okay. Okay. So Uther, round about there is probably where things will start to happen. So Lorium and Wander, how close behind are you following?
Pretty damn close.
So the three of you step off the walkway, and very soon after your footsteps hit the flagstones, your low prayers echoing back down the tunnel toward this man. The sibilance of his chant halts, and his head, cowled as it is, rises. He turns, hands clasped in front of him, as he looks back towards you. And he says, "Who comes to prostrate themselves before Quintessadun?"
It is
You have
I,
had-
Patrick O'Malley.
You are not known to me, but you are of the faithful, for you have passed the Guardians. Come forth, present your tribute, and let it be judged.
Hmm.
You see, as he makes his way forward, very glances and be like, "Keep up with me, boys," kind of thing. As making his way inward, he's going to reach into his bag as you watch him slowly pulling out a wondrous bottle, a strange potion of some sort, perhaps in it. As I make my way forward with the alchemist's fire.
You see this man as you approach. All three of you, actually everyone, give me both perception and religion checks.
Oh, good. That's still happening.
So, anyone that got a 15 or better on their perception check notices that this man seems to be in the midst of the same kind of transformation as suffered by Harrid and the scum creatures. It is manifesting slightly differently on him. It seems almost more stable. His skin, rather than being covered with the sores that the more human-looking assassins were manifesting, is a pale but stable, waxy sheen that but that covers the face of what is a slightly older looking human male, maybe like mid to late 50s. And anybody that got a 15 or better on their religion check recognizes the robes he is wearing. These were once the robes of a cleric of the Pillars. However,
This is that dude we were told about.
however, they have been sullied, deliberately so. You can see that the icons of devotion that would address each of the pillars have been marred over with crude symbols that Naira, you would certainly recognize, and the more perceptive among the rest of you would also recognize as being the draconic characters for the name of Quintazadun.
By the way, do I think I can sneak over here on that same sneak check that I did?
As distracted as he is now with the arrival of your companions, probably yes.
Okie dokie. Well, I'm going to attempt it anyway.
No reroll necessary. And as you approach, he holds out a hand, and you can see that the hand as well is pale, waxy, almost a slimy sheen to it as it extends from the ragged sleeve of his robe. He says, "Present your tribute and abase yourself before the altar of Quintessadun."
I'll reach out as I'll bow down, handing it out towards him. And I'll just say, hold it up so that you can see it in the light. It is truly powerful.
What is it? What
As
do
he's
you
holding
bring?
it up above him, I Reaper quick shot it.
Okay. Everybody,
Saw
roll me
that.
some initiative.
Ooh.
So, Uther, I'll say that what you can do is basically you can use your Eldritch Blast action, and that will be the action that initiates combat. I believe that action, though, includes 2 shots. So if you
I
wish,
get
you
two
can make
shots.
you get 2 shots. The first will be at the vial. He is holding it up, and it is a very small object, so it will be AC 15 to properly burst it in his hand.
Do I get advantage because he's not expecting it?
You will. He is surprised, so
Give Ed. Okay, yeah.
easily. It explodes in his hand. He does not even get a save as it detonates in his hand and showers him in alchemical fire, instantly dealing. Well, in fact, roll 1d6. I believe it's 1d6 for alchemist fire, correct?
Can't remember.
You can. You should have it on your character sheet. If you don't, I can expend one.
Go
1 second.
for it.
Ba-da-dum.
Here's one.
Oh, technically it's only supposed to be 1d4, but I will say, given the that it is being shattered right into his face, this first round it will deal 1d6, and then 1d4 thereafter, as he ignites.
And then with that, I would just quickly shoot it out of his hand, it exploding, and then go for one right into his face.
Roll your attack, sir.
Attack go. This one normal.
Oh.
Ah!
10 does not do it as he flails as the flames ignite. Your second shot going wide, but combat is now joined. Naira, you are the first to react.
This music needs to be much louder because it's badass. So.
There you go.
Yes.
So Naira's going to take advantage of the fact that he doesn't see her, and she is going to. Oh yes!
Oh.
Yeah.
So for 31 points of damage on the first one, and then she's gonna go ahead and fire again.
Okay.
And that one's normal, right? Yeah. Oh!
All those
See,
nat
we
20,
got-
all those
what
nat
was that
ones are
about?
balancing
What was that
out.
about getting them out of the way? What was that?
All setting it up.
That's not how
you were getting
dice
them out of
work.
the way.
Huh? That's not how dice work, huh?
Say it again. That's what I thought. That is how dice work.
Okay, I take it back.
Fucking damn
both bolts. The first one, right into his throat.
I do, I think
spray.
50. No, 40 points of damage total.
Yeah. A spray of blood burning out through the fire before your second one right into the ribs beneath his robe. He cries out in pain. And Laurium, you are up.
Alright. Laurium is going to run up immediately. Get behind him.
He shrieks as you approach. You think you can stand against the hunger? You will crumble, you will fall as all things fall. You shall be sundered.
Right in the middle of his monologue. Thunderous smite.
Thunderous smite.
time? 78?
Yeah, that's a hit.
Okay. Make me a strength save. For 16 total damage.
He makes his save.
Impressive.
Oh, but I did
Well, I'm
forget
not
to mention.
impressed.
Oh my god!
But mention your thing. Mention your
I
thing.
forgot to mention, Naira, as your bolts strike home, and as this blasphemous exultation leaves his throat at Lorium's rushing onslaught, you feel a jingle tinkling in your coin purse. But Lorium, you rush forward, the boom of your thunderous smite reverberating in the chamber, and though he stands firm, he is reeling back, open to your second attack. Roll your damage.
That first smack would have been a glaive strike straight to the back with Thunderous Smite erupting out from his chest. And this one is going to be going straight for the neck with Big Demigay. And you know what it's going to be. You already know. Spicy.
No need.
No need? Well, I already said it. He's going to use it. Because it's funny, right?
Does he lightsaber this
And
dude's head
yeah,
off?
you just spin your glaive, holy flame erupting along the edge. And I mean, is it a lightsabering of the head?
It is basically like
How does it-
a head with
Yeah,
purple
your
flame.
glaive. Purple flame burning along its edge cleaves through the neck. And as it does, the flame erupts across the torso. And as it clears, you see that the draconic scrolls across the 5 holy symbols that were strung across his chest has been burned clean. The symbols of the pillars stand once more. And Naira, as these 5 symbols twinkle in the light of Lorium's flame, you feel a coin becoming empowered in your purse, newly minted.
She will come over here and squat next to the body, returning its head to its shoulders. And say, I think he was being compelled. I think he was a victim here.
Are we out of combat?
Yes.
He needed rest.
Question, was it 3 years?
About, yes, since he, Master Rephram had last seen, who he referred to as Reverend Darius.
I love shooting first and asking questions later. But he'll just wipe the blood off the glaive. Or burn it. Oh, was this that guy?
Yes, Reverend Darius, I think.
Honestly, better dead than being controlled.
Oh, yes, like I said, he was being called. It was his time.
But he also called out. Probably got the attention of anyone else in there.
Yeah, we need to go.
Deeper.
Yes. Grab his pendants for his friend.
Lauren
She
will
will
I'd
do.
appreciate it.
Oh. Or we'll let Naira take them.
Okay. Behind him, you see this dragon graven altar. A bowl within, stained with the unmistakable dark, rusty red of old blood. Behind it, the only other entrance is a tunnel that leads deeper and down. The echoing drip, drip of water comes up out of the dark toward you.
Oh, well, shit. Do you guys want me to stay guard?
You can walk on it.
Oh, right.
Wander buddy.
Don't you dare.
Just drop it on her. Kidding.
I don't know
And
why, but it just kind of ends right there.
yeah.
You know what?
Okay.
Because it goes on for some time. The tunnel wends its way deeper and deeper beneath Eldenil and the estuary of the Sandora River on which it sits. Moisture drips from the walls and ceilings, which are covered in these strange, twisted growths. As you descend, the air takes on a strange chemical scent. Not the stench of alchemy and fetid mud that pervades so much of Eldenil above, but something that is at once both purer and more corrupt, pervading the air. And beneath your feet, as you descend, trickles of water run into dark pools that gather and drain into cracks between the stones. You walk on for several minutes, the tunnel winding back and forth, moving from worked stone to wood to stone to mud, but always deeper. You are well below what you would know to be the level of the water of the estuary. And I'm going to grab you all. Uh, oop, oop, uh-huh. Mhm.
I was banished to the Shadow Realm for a second there.
Oh no.
You move deeper and deeper until eventually you round a final bend and the light of Wander's mace illuminates a tall cavern. The floor is covered in pools of turbid water that emanate the sharp, acidic smell that has been growing stronger and stronger in your nostrils as you descend. And as the cavern stretches away from you, even Wander, though the light of your torch cannot hope to illuminate the far walls of this place, you see in the distance the unmistakable twinkle of gems and gold reflecting the light of your mace.
I would like to pop. Uh-oh. Sounds. I would like to pop Divine Sense.
Okay. Location of any celestial, fiend, or undead. Your senses expand, your awareness of the influence of the other on this realm, filling you. And though everything about this place screams to your senses that it is wrong, that it is unnatural. You don't feel the specific presence of anything extraplanar. Whatever lurks here, it is of this realm.
Question: do I see this?
You do.
Naira will message to Uther, and then she'll basically say, I see a pile of gold.
Ah, that's normally excellent news, but right now I'd estimate he's probably nearby.
Are we hearing any kind of movement or acknowledgement that we are here?
Not currently.
And is this under the water?
No. Portions of the water seem quite deep, whilst other portions are actually there's like a slick of mud above the surface, and a great deal of the treasure seems to be piled on those portions above the surface of the water.
I am going to attempt to sneak.
Before
And
you do that,
uh-huh.
when we get like call it there-ish,
Mm-hmm.
I would have liked to have casted Bless.
Okay, I'll say yeah, go ahead and go do that. Who are you casting that on, or are you casting it at second level?
I'm doing it at first level on Lorium, Uther, and Naira.
Okay. Go ahead and mark yourselves as blessed, guys.
Which one's blessed? Okay, that one.
And actually, given that casting bless will involve audible chanting, the presence of the celestial tongue echoing through these tunnels, there is indeed an acknowledgement as this power settles over the group. A voice reverberates through the cavern around you, the surface of the water rippling with the words that echo around you like rocks being ground to powder. Who comes? Who brings the language of the false gods to the temple of Quintazadun?
Laura just nudges Uther.
He would.
I speak Draconic. I don't know if he does. Oh, but you've got that universal language, huh?
Well, that was in common, right?
The voice did actually speak in common.
Oh, sorry, my mistake.
Well, there's me. Hi, I'm me. But more importantly, there's my friend here. He's kind of amazing. Look at him. He's super handsome. And then with that, you'll get an inspiration. Lorium.
Thanks.
Water ripples and pours back as a great head rears above the surface on a long serpentine neck, a skull-like scaled face with horns that curl back, the color of ancient decayed bone. A great clawed foot. And the gaze sweeps across, encompassing all three of you that have stepped in, and then focusing on Wander behind. as two great clawed feet are followed by an enormous, scaly armored body, wings sloughing water as they stretch. You have entered the presence of Quintazadum. Abase yourself.
No, I don't think we will be.
You dare!
Naira's gonna go ahead and drink that potion.
Yes.
I was about to
Okay.
say, I want to rush forward while drinking the potion.
Then I think it's about time that everybody roll initiative. Oh wait, shit! I never ended the last encounter.
Woo.
1 second. Sorry. Damn it. There we go. Okay.
Can we say
time.
we drank the potion before initiative started?
Yes, as
Works.
he was kind of pulling himself out, and Naira was uttering her,
Yes!
Naira was uttering her phrase of
And I was trying also trying to
defiance.
say, the moment I saw that head pop out of the water, because you said it was a skull.
A skull-like face covered in black scales.
Okay, so he doesn't look undead.
No.
Okay, good, because that would be much scarier.
Yes, it would.
I agree with the woohoo.
Woo! It's not a Dracolich.
But as these wings unfurl, it roars, "You dare!" and seems to breathe in preparation for something. You all rush forward, but Uther, you are the fastest. What do you do,
Alright.
sir?
Well, seeing this and being like, oh shit, he's going to. Yeah, because he's got so many things to try and stack on him. I'm going to give way my Reaper shot and hit him with this guy. And I'm going to place my Hexblade's curse upon him.
Okay. There is
With
no
my-
save, so he is hexed.
And then with that, 5, 10, 15, 20. He's gonna rush over this way.
You are
20.
all water walking, so it is not difficult terrain. As you cross over what you realize was a very deep channel.
And then with that, we're gonna do this. We're gonna go action. Shooter. 13's not
Miss.
good enough.
That's not going to do it, nope.
Well, 17?
17 will not either.
You do have bless,
Ooh, that's
Oh.
true.
if that matters for the 17.
Yes.
Potentially.
Come on.
Oh?
Roll your damage, sir.
Yes!
As your first shot dissipates against this great armored scales, but your second seems to find some weakness, and it actually flinches.
He takes 13 from the impact.
Everyone hover, quick.
I was saying it, but I was muted.
And then with that, I will end my turn.
Okay. It has not yet had an initiative, so it does not get to use a lair action this round. Laurium.
Alright, let's do this, I suppose. Let's see. I want you all to be close to me, but I don't want to fuck over everybody. Whatever, I'll go there. Dink. Alright. Bonus action. As this very much matters.
You simply are not going to miss.
You say that.
You won't. And minimum
Attack.
29, you think that misses?
23, 28.
Those both hit.
Normal.
Hmm.
Normal.
Okay.
That is his current turn.
Okay, your glaive casting sparks off these great armored scales. It rears back slightly, the eyes widening in hate-filled astonishment at the temerity of you mortals that challenge it. Naira, you're up.
Oh, damn.
Oh.
You know what? I'm sorry. Should totally add some flavor for these. This is what this boy's been waiting for a long ass time.
Go
And
for
I
it.
would totally be a lot more hyped if this room wasn't filled with 14 other people right now.
But anyway,
He is going to, when he starts his charge, he is going to slam the glaive on the ground and in a thunderous bellow say, Lorium Rose, this is where you die. And charge forward and strike at its neck.
Okay. And yeah, your glaive, sheeting sparks off many of the scales, catches beneath them, and black acidic blood pours down the blade as you carve into it. But it is most certainly not cowed by your display. As Naira.
Bonus action, I'm gonna hex Quintazadun.
Okay. I'm gonna go with that one for your hex, and I'm gonna go with that one for the vow of enmity.
And I'm gonna say wisdom is the
Okay.
disadvantage. And then I am going to pew pew it with my pathetic little crossbow. This feels silly. Actually, if I don't do that, if I move over here, do I get flanking?
You do.
Oh, then fuck it. I'm gonna... Wait, that's probably there, huh? Where should I be to be able to hit it with my
That is
rapier?
fine. Yeah,
Okay.
that is fine to flank from there. Mhm.
Okie doke. And then I'm going to attack with my stinger. I assume
That is a hit.
hits. And...
$15.
Oh, plus an additional d6, because I did...
hex.
Okay.
Burn it! Burn the wings!
And that is my action.
And that's your turn?
Yep.
As you move into possession, or into position, it is going to use one of its legendary actions to slash at you with its tail as you come in to flank. Attacking for... Ooh, oh, okay.
No!
But Naira is able to scrape by under the edge of its tail as these spikes slice overhead and narrowly avoid the blow. And that's your turn. Wander, you're up.
Big turn. I'm gonna ask for a dex save, which I'm sure the dragon is good at. Give me a pathetic dex save. That's not pathetic enough.
What spell are you casting?
Oh, I did the Sacred Flame. Ah, you kidding me? I'm the support right now. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Hey.
That's it.
And as you all rush in, more and more of it emerges from beneath the water surface, coming up to face you on the where all of you stand. And as it does, it seems to focus, and the majesty of its presence becomes a physical force, radiating out, and you feel all of it. You feel it striking you like a blow. I need all of you to please give me wisdom saving throws.
Where did you get this?
The monster manual.
No, I think the dog may have eaten cleansing balm. He might be sick
Oh, for
later.
goodness sake.
Wisdom, you said?
Wisdom.
Uh-oh.
You're
It's
not
fine,
within
just
30,
rely.
or you're not within 10 feet of
Oh!
L'Oreal.
You got it! Bitch!
I'm scared.
Wander, you are affected by it, and you are indeed frightened. At the end of your next turn, you may repeat the saving throw, DC 18, Naira.
Oof.
And you guys couldn't hear that, but she just cackled in the next room. And the rest of you, however, are now immune to Quintazadun's frightening presence for 24 hours. However,
That's all the time we need to hope.
that is far from all that it does, as it seems to shake off the blows that you have inflicted. It takes a deep breath. Its head rears back, its maw opens toward you, Laurium, and you get a brief glimpse of rushing fumes coming toward you. And I need both Laurium and Uther to please give me a dexterity saving throw.
Vibrating.
No, it's not say it. We don't have to give you dex saves. Add a d4? Maybe it matters?
Might.
Nope.
It does not?
It does not.
Ooh.
Oh my god, I'm so glad we
And
took
as
those.
this acid, it is acid, however, so you feel this boiling, roiling, physical boom of acidic fume smash into and wash over you, Laurium, seeping into every crack of your armor. But thanks to the potions that Naira had the foresight to claim, you take only 27 points of damage.
Only.
Uther, you duck aside and are able to avoid the majority of it, still taking 27, reduced to a mere 13.
Laughing maniacally. The legs become tree stumps. He withstands the blast, and he is just attempting to point the glaive towards its mouth.
And that is Quintazadun's turn as we come back round to the top. Uther, you feel the cave, Quintazadun's presence within it beginning to press in against you. The just sheer magnitude of its power here beginning to coalesce, and you feel something coming.
As half a second, as I'm like recovering, looking down before my turn starts, I'd like to hellish rebuke him because there's lots of math and stuff going on. Because it's someone who damages me within range, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Give me a dex save.
Ooh. Oh.
But he does make it, takes 8.
then turtles start, and I'll just frown and hit him with a hex, and I will stack it on to his dex after if Nyrus drops, and then for my
We'll go
bonus,
ahead with that one for that.
and then I'm going to try and get my pew pew in.
Out of curiosity, can I just choose to have it override mine rather than wait for mine to drop?
I mean, it can be hexed by both because you're applying it to different.
I think that we said that they don't stack on ability stuff. Or
Oh no,
did
they
you
don't
wanna
stack
allow
on the
it?
same ability, but you guys did it on. You did it on Wisdom. He's doing it on Dex.
Oh, okay.
And then plus this, plus one. Oh, oops. No, that's attack roll. Never mind. 18.
18 does not hit as
With the D4?
Oh, that's
No.
true. So 1d.
D4's coming in clutch.
Oh, it's coming in here. 1d4. 20.
that hits.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Naira Wander, 5 max HP. Remember it, please. Tyler, do it.
I'm
I'm
already-
literally not going to get hit.
Oh. Mine should be higher than it is. I put...
And add the d4 this time. Okay, nice.
Oh, crap. Yeah, that's a hit.
Plus 3, plus 1d6. Come on, max damage. Ooh, that's close.
You rolled higher on damage than you did to hit.
37 damage.
Yeah. These both blast. It roars in pain. Is that your turn?
It's bonus. It's actually, yeah, that's all I got.
And as it rears back, both wings extend wide, and with another legendary action, it smashes the wings down into the water. A tidal wave of force bursting out from it. Laurium, Naira, and Uther, all of you, please give me a dexterity saving throw, DC 19.
Do I get any modifier because I'm standing next to you?
Yes, you do.
God damn it! Am I close enough?
Sorry,
No, I'm
DC
not.
18, I should
Oh,
say.
really?
You
Yes!
get your D4. You get your D4 as well.
Yeah, she already passed.
Yeah,
And then-
no, and you made it.
And then what do I get because you're standing by me?
3.
+3.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's +3 plus 1d4.
Okay.
God damn you all. You do, however, still take. You do all still take 8 points of bludgeoning damage. As this sheer force buffets at you. But that is its legendary action. Then, Uther, the power that you felt gathering.
Make sure my hex is still up.
Right. Oh, and Naira, please roll yours as well.
Oh, right. Right. It's a saving throw, right?
Constitution saving throw, yeah. DC 10.
Yep.
Okay. However, as from behind you, the line of acid burned by its breath is like smoking with fumes, and there is as that the crumbling corrosiveness bursts some sort of hidden boil within the structure of this cave, and a buzzing, piercing cloud of insects appears and hovers around you, Uther and Laurium. I need both of you, please, to give me Constitution saving throws. as this cloud of insects appears and fills. What is it a DC? Oh, it's 20-foot radius. Fantastic. And what did you both get? 16 and a 22. Okay, you do both pass it again. These blesses and Laurium's presence coming in clutch. But you do both still unfortunately take... Whew! Another 8 points of piercing damage. Both of you please give me another con save just to make sure that your hexes and other items stay up.
Oh, I'm not concentrating on anything.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Uther then.
Yeah.
You're the only one who needs to make it.
Nice.
Yeah, you're more than fine, able to focus, but this cloud of insects is maintained, still buzzing and floating around you. Laurium, it is your turn.
Oh, Uther, you already went. That was a long ass turn.
Oh, well, that was just its lair, actually.
Yep. He is going to run over here, saying, "Devil with me." And this won't work. This won't work. This will not work. However, this would be fucking hilarious, but it won't work. Okay.
Okay.
I highly doubt it can even fail that, but it would be hilarious. Plus a D4. Plus a D4. Oh my god! I keep rolling one!
That does not do it, unfortunately, as your glaive...
But that one does.
That one, however, will.
And you know what?
He's gonna make it spicy.
Yes. Because why not? I don't expect Lauren to stay up very long. Plus a what is it? 1d6, right? Yes. For 31 damage.
Oof. Okay.
And it needs to give me a wisdom save.
It does not.
Damn it! It would be hilarious.
As the power bursts from your glaive, you feel an opposing force from just the sheer innate power of this creature that dissipates some part of that magic.
Gotcha. That's his turn.
Okay, Naira, you're up.
All right. Can I step into this square and get flanking again? It's sort of
You can step into this square.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about the dogs. One of them just went nuts with crazy energy. And she is going to use her Sterling Stinger. And she's going to go ahead and attack. Huh? What?
I didn't realize I moved one out. I meant to stay on the edge, but I'll keep it if I have to.
Yeah. For now, we'll say that that's where you guys are.
Okay.
Oh my god!
That's not how the dice work, my ass.
I know, right? I'm just...
Look at
you
his
know?
face.
You still have critspiration, by the way.
I know!
Oh my giddy aunt.
And then I'm going to... go ahead. Oh, and I'm sorry, I forgot my extra 1d6. So that's 39 points of damage on the first attack. 20.
20 hits.
And does the extra 1d6, is it only once per turn? Or
No,
is it
it's
every...
everyone.
It's everyone? Nice.
For hex?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's every attack.
For another
Oh, God.
14.
And is that your turn?
No. Oh, yeah, it is, actually.
Okay. As your stinger slices and slashes, stabbing at it, it roars in anger, and you hear it bellowing in Draconic, "The temerity! How dare you!" And it will again attempt once more with its tail. But Naira again ducks and skates away across the surface of the water, taking no damage from this onslaught of attacks. Wander, you're up.
Me. If I use my action to hold a spell, do I lose the spell if my trigger doesn't go off? Like,
yes.
does the slot?
Yeah, you cast the spell as part of readying the action.
Okay. In that case, nope.
You can choose to maintain that. Like, on your next turn, you can simply say, "I am maintaining my readied action," and not lose the spell. But if you then choose to, like, cast a different spell or something, you get rid of the other spell.
Okay. Yes, yes. So if let's say I bonus action healing word like at 3rd level, and I want to prepare a 2nd level spell to cast as like as a readied action, can I do that?
Yes. Because you can cast up to 5th level, correct? That's the
I
highest
can cast
level?
at the 4th.
Then no, you would have to be a you can only cast up to 4 spell levels per turn.
Okay. Then yes, I will just healing word Lorium if I'm in range. And I am. So I will yeah. I will 3rd level healing word Lorium. For a big old 12.
Thank you
Okay.
kindly.
And let's see, I'm frightened. I don't have to use my action to run, do I?
No, you are simply at disadvantage for basically everything you would try and do to the subject of, or to what has frightened you.
Okay. So essentially everything. What you mean is, you can give me a dex save.
You can indeed.
And he's at disadvantage now, right?
Oh shit, you're right.
He
Although,
does it anyway.
Doesn't even.
Get shit on, dragon. Take damage from a cantrip.
on, dragon! Cantrip damage, boy! Did you hear that?
Well, that's. Oh, do I get a saving throw on the frightened at the end of my turn?
Yes, you do.
I try to unfear. I try to put on the big boy britches. Hiya.
And
You do
yeah,
it.
seeing your friends stand against this beast, seeing your magic fear it, the hold that its power had over you dissipates, and it is no longer this mythical being of fear. It is simply a large beast that you will bring low.
Yeah. And that is my turn.
And Quintazadun, in a furious rage, rears back and is going to attack you, Lorium, as the one who... Well, actually, you know what? It's going to split its attacks. A bite and a claw at you, Lorium, and a claw at you, Naira. The bite first. The teeth sear down toward you
Oh yeah, that misses.
as they sink into your chest,
Ooh.
rending flesh for 21 points of damage.
that big old claw, baby.
And then, yes, the claw rakes at you,
Oh my god.
thinking deep for
I'm telling
another
Enemies always
14.
roll high against Lorium when it comes to hit.
And then
I
Naira,
love it.
another, attempts to bowl you backward.
Come on, 3.
Striking
one.
at you. But Naira, again.
I'm telling you.
Naira hasn't learned a thing!
With the agility that your husband has shown throughout your acquaintance with him, is ducking, dancing, and diving away from the best efforts of a legendary beast. And it brings us to the top of the round. Uther.
Uther's going to rush over this way, over next to Lorium, and just go, "They're looking kind of rough. But not as rough as this idiot. Look at him. He's going to fuck this up." As I'm going to cause some unsettling words, as I'll just look up Mors Omnia Vincent. And hopefully give me D8. Give it. Max. Okay. And then I'm going to give him a good old-fashioned smirk and run away.
And as these words twist and impact into it, twisting the air between the two of you, its maw curls back in rage, and it goes, "You dare dictate to me in my lair, mortal!" And it will use a legendary resistance to succeed on the saving throw.
Lol, he takes 5 points of damage.
Lol, take 5.
Well, get fucked, idiot.
And then it says, "This is my lair. I have seen empires crumble here. You think you shall not be sundered?" And it smashes its claws down into the water, which swirls away from it, erupting in spouts all around you. And I need Naira, Lorium, and Uther, and in fact Wander as well. Everybody, please go ahead and make me strength saving throws.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Twinsies.
Thankfully.
Yeah, I'm using.
Can I just
Twinsies.
use my
mine.
inspiration too? Because I
Go on then.
I forgot I even.
Give
I'm like, Lauren cannot
it.
roll a 2. He cannot roll a fucking 2. Much better. Plus a D4.
Plus a D4, yeah.
Plus
Uther does get the +3
Shit.
from,
You
Laura.
Oh yeah, so that's a 20.
18.
5. It's like, it's gonna be an ancient dragon
I
next time,
can't-
you bastards.
You little fucks.
We're playing so smart.
Hey,
Too.
yeah, you got me.
So the water swirls around the entire cavern, sloshing backward and forward. But Lorium, Uther, and Naira, all 3 of you stay on your feet. Wander, however, you, as a tidal wave of water, crashes against the wall and then drags you back as it recedes. 1, 2, 3, 4 to here. And
Huh.
you fall prone.
Oh, look at that. He's pretty.
Yeah, now he's in the light.
Okay, Lorium, you're up.
Okay. Second verse, same as first. You know what? Fuck it. We're doing it live. No more bonus action bullshit. They're all going to attacks. Let's go. 1,
That's a hit.
2, and then
That's a hit.
let's get the last one out of the way because it might be funny. Well, let's be honest. They're all going to be funny.
That's a hit.
But anyway, they are getting dumped. Divine Smite after Divine Smite.
Are you kidding? I've got freaking critspiration!
Divine Smite
Should've
after
used it.
Divine Smite. Should have used it. Let's be real, you're probably still gonna get it.
Are you looking at his health bar? No, I don't think so.
I'm looking at his health pool.
Oh. Well, that's only 50.
Let's get this damage because I only had enough for 2 of those second level divine smites.
Add it all up and tell me where you get.
10, so 60 damage.
He had Death Ward casted on him.
Comes back up.
Ah, god damn. 60 damage total. Okay.
I'm sorry, Christy.
Thanks, man.
He's alive!
What?
He's alive.
He had 63 hit points left.
Christine, how do you want to do this?
And so, given that you have a fucking crispiration, Naira, how do you want to do this? As Lorium, purple fire blazing off the edge of his glaive is hacking at this thing, which rears back, trying futilely to bat away this questing blade, presenting its spread-eagled wings to you.
Question, do you want to do a team combo?
I mean, yeah. But it
Okay.
will involve me climbing up on top of this thing.
It will?
Yeah.
Even better, because Lauren is going to take the first swipe at the tail, and then climb also on top. Because fucking why not? He's going to climb onto the base of the tail, stab deep into its basically tailbone, and drive it up towards its back. The second hit is going to hit at the back of it between its wings. The third hit, he is going to climb up to its neck, grab a horn, rear back, and slice the glaive through its neck, and basically open up a nice, fleshy, meaty portion right in front of Naira.
Well, that was you're kind of where I was planning to go. So why don't you just take this?
No, both of us. Get up here.
Yeah, Naira scampers up the back. Basically gets between
other horn.
its. What?
Just to grab the other horn.
I have absolutely no idea where I can go at this point. I scamper up, grab its other horn, and stab it in the eye.
Here, look at this. This is his lungs. I step in the eye.
And so, yes, the two of you climbing up its back, hacking down at it. Naira getting up, grabbing at its horn, jamming her rapier in. A roar, unearthly in power and volume, reverberates through the cavern as your blade sinks in. There is a sound, a sensation, like an inrushing of breath.
I just wanted to know how much I would do.
And then as it falls... Oh, good grief. As it falls, there is a sudden outpouring of power that shudders the surface of the water, splashing against the walls of this cavern, and then receding back in as you feel a presence, a pressure in the air, suddenly absent, pouring back up the tunnel that you came down. And as you all stand on the surface of the water that laps around you, you all realize that it is not the same water that it was a moment before. it seems cleaner, purer. And as you all pause to catch your breath, the chemical smell that had become so pervasive you had stopped noticing it is noticeable now in its absence.
I
Congratulations.
haven't learned a thing.
You didn't get touched.
I took 1 bit of damage. Yeah, I basically took a scratch.
You did look at Uther.
No, that's where I'm at.
Oh, you're
Actually,
Well, because he
oh.
dies and I heal for 8.
Oh,
I'm actually going to leave this
Sorry, Chris.
encounter with more health than I normally have, so.
No, oh my god, you guys spanked that so fucking hard. The dice loved you, motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, they did.
only on the
Yeah.
saves. Well,
Oh,
No, I got
God.
several crits.
Not only on the saves, no.
they love Naira.
I got several crits.
it's fucking-
I don't
Yeah,
think.
It's not how the dice work.
Apparently
Balance
I'm
the fuck out.
apparently I am definitely a dragon slayer. Like Kalumpur wants me to slay dragons.
Wait until we fight an ancient dragon and it's flying in the air. Naira just dimension doors into its face, like, "What's up, fucker?" Stabs it in the.
Right? By the way, can I have said one thing as I was stabbing it in the eye?
Absolutely.
Get fucked, loser.
No, it will be I think it was the master of the Crystal Spire sends his regards.
Okay.
So,
Well, guys, Dragon Slayer, Dragon Slayer, Dragon Slayer. Nice. And that proof we were looking for? Well, hell, y'all, we got it.
That reaction right there.
The guards from outside came in just to see what the fuck was going on. They're all like, yes!
Oh
Very
no.
nice.
Lorium will just one-handed grab you, Uther, with his right arm, and then just like hoist you up, and just vibrating joy.
Wait, don't you? Oh.
He'll pull you over to Naira and hoist her up too. And then he'll just scream, "Dragon Slayer!"
I believe what hold on. The appropriate thing to say here is Tasidathan Halsam.
Tasidathan Halsim.
That is Kunari for I will be touching myself later with great respect.
I know. I remember specifically that conversation with Iron Bull.
Hilarious.
Love that one.
Thinking about this with great respect.
You shouted that during the fight.
What does it mean?
So, Naira wants, like, there's a large pile of shiny things that she's very interested in, but she's also very interested in the dragon's body, because this is a dragon, like a dragon. So, although she's, shiny stuff, she's actually going to come over and give
Yes!
closer examination of the body, anything that I can learn. I am going to, if especially in that empty bottle for the acid that helped a little, some of us. She's going to try and take some of it, like if she can get some of its acid into a vial, she wants to send that to Midnight.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check, just to kind of, properly identify all the portions of its body and everything like that.
How big is its
Not
head?
great.
Oh, its head is enormous. Like the skull is probably 4 or 5
Sorry.
feet long.
Lorium wants to behead it.
Yeah. Okay.
No. This will be a group thing. He will just walk over and hold his glaive up to the neck of the fallen dragon and just look towards everyone else. Just I
Lauren,
would love to bring a head of a dragon back to the city.
how good are you at skinning? Yeah, no, we're definitely doing that. 100%. That's gonna go on the back of our cart.
Do you want some dragon scales?
I might want to make, I don't know, maybe a claw or a tooth that I could put on a necklace.
Oh, I can definitely do that for you. What's y'all's survival? I'm assuming it would be a survival skill check or something.
I would let you roll survival. Yeah,
Jack of all trades is all I can do.
How
that
high is
will
your
allow
bonus?
you to assist.
His is a 4. It's a +4.
So
you're
you go
way
ahead.
better off, and with that, still kind of that panting and like eyes wide, being like dragon. Yeah, you've got this. You know what you're doing. It's not much different. You know, the scales are much thicker, and you know, it's thought it was an ancient god, but well, I'm sure you'll skin it just right. And he's gonna give him a bardic inspiration.
Yay! And Naira's helping him.
Yep.
So you
I
may
will-
roll with advantage.
I will attempt to declaw, skin off some scales, and then eventually just behead the fuck out of it.
16 plus 20.
20.
Yeah, you are definitely able to like identify the portions of its body where the scales are the thickest, the grandest, and shear off large chunks of hide there, carving between the scales, chopping off the great clawed paws. And finally, the pièce de résistance, as far as Lorium is concerned, the great fanged and horned skull. All are claimed as trophies. Meanwhile, Wander, you carry Flamebearer deeper into the cavern and see piles of coins, jewels, weapons, jewelry, crowns, strewn against walls on top of these isles of mud. All simply scattered by the violence of the sloshing water during your fight. But all now apparently ready to be claimed.
For the purpose of making it easier for his friends who are definitely going to want to know if there is any, I'm going to cast this.
Yes. There are several, actually, there are several portions of it that show as magical. There are a number of what are obviously potions bottles. 5 in all of a number of different colors. There is a cloak that has a magical aura made of finely woven blue velvet with a silver embroidery. There is a wooden box with gold inlay that has a magical aura emanating from within. Amongst a collection of rings in a golden goblet, one of them has a magical aura. And last but not least, a haversack.
Oh, yay!
Out of which stick a number of ornate weapons. Also emanates a magical field.
Can you If it's possible, can you pop that into like chat or something so I can write it down?
Sure.
So a haversack, 5 different potions, a cloak with a magical aura, a wooden box with magic, and a ring from a goblet.
Yeah. Well, a ring and a and a wooden box.
Yeah.
And I'll pop that in the general chat in Discord. Yeah, there it is.
I just love the imagery of that fight of just Uther and Lorem getting absolutely ass blasted, and Naira just ducking and dodging and weaving through fucking everything, and then you can see Lorem getting beat the fuck out. Wanda's just in the back like, don't die.
Wanda's in the back getting tossed around by water.
Just slosh.
And literally, Uther just kept diving behind Lorium, so everything would hit Lorium, and he's like, "Ah, what? That worked. You are a great meat shield."
Yeah, you feel a
God
lot better
damn!
with
I can't
dodging.
believe how badly you guys spanked that guy. Holy shit! I was honestly expecting that to take a lot longer than it did. 3 rounds.
Once
could've
you
been-
know,
Oh,
yeah,
It was exciting.
I used
Yeah.
3 second-level divine smites with no crits, but then you had the rogue critting what 4 or 5 times.
Well, I crit
Including her
twice.
critspiration 4 times.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Ridiculous. And then Uther blasting it for fucking like 30 damage with the goddamn cantrip. Like,
I know, right?
Yeah, well, if we're talking about Darius as well, I think I crit a total of 5 times.
Mhm.
oh,
yeah. That
So
was
yeah, no, you definitely did get the balance on those nat ones earlier.
Yeah, I take it all back. I
the dice gods are like, it's not how it works.
Knuffles just, I'm gonna show you, yeah.
Well, fine. I'll complain some more.
No, don't do that. If that's overstaying, you're welcome. You will roll nothing but 2s.
um,
Well, good job speaking that into reality.
Yeah.
Ooh, as well as the wings, I'd make sure to get those off of it. Try and
Okay, so you
wrap
are
them up
just
as
like,
best.
yeah, you are
we are
just
dissecting this thing.
dissecting this
Yeah.
corpse.
Yes.
Okay.
The coolest bits, yes.
16.
absolutely.
While that's happening, Wander specifically, can you identify that haversack? I have a feeling I know what it is, but
I'd like to do that out.
well, I assumed you said outside.
Yes.
My thought is that if it's what I think it is, well, let me roll an Arcana to see if I actually, because I figure, what's the DC on having an idea?
I mean, I'd say like maybe for Naira, maybe an 18.
Well, there you go. Yeah. If it is what I think it is, we might be able to use it to get some of this stuff out.
And Wander will take a minute and cast Identify. Specifically casting it, not ritually.
Okay.
And just real quick, for the sake of knowing, we have
You have.
I can see it cutting out. It's so irritating. We have no confirmation that guy was Darius, right?
No.
Just a
Okay.
hunch on Naira's part.
Okay.
You cast Identify, and it is indeed what is commonly known as a handy haversack, which contains a measure of extra-dimensional storage space.
Do we know how much?
Well, I just posted a link to the description in the chat, but essentially, yes, it can hold up to 120 pounds or 12 cubic feet, whichever is less, of material. And despite being fully loaded to either of these capacities, it will weigh only 5 pounds. It also has an enchantment so that if a variety of items are stored in it, no matter the number, whichever item you are searching for is always on top when you place your hand in to look for it. So it is always an action to retrieve an item from it. Or I believe it's only an action. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic! Because that is what I thought it was. We can definitely use that to get some of this out.
I will make sure that it is empty.
You kind of turn it upside down, and a few like loose coins, as well as the ornamental weapons, not ornamental. They are effective weapons, but they are highly ornamented, though not magical. Weapons kind of clang and fall out. It appears to be empty.
I suppose I'll start stocking up on gems and potions and the like.
Oh, and an above the table point of for myself. In terms of interactions between multiple extra dimensional storage spaces, so if you try and, for example, put the handy haversack into a bag of holding or portable hold or something like that, rather than the two destroying each other and opening a gate to the astral plane, they essentially repel each other like opposing charge or like the same charge on a magnet. It's basically impossible to bring them into contact because the magical fields will repel each other rather than just destroying and counteracting each other.
That is much less scary and threatening. Thank you.
Yeah, that makes me feel much safer.
It's like, hey, what's this item? Oh, it's a little fucking portable hole inside Amber.
Well,
It's in there
all
now.
every villain has to do is put like a portable hole inside the walls, and it's like, oh no, now any adventuring group that goes through here just dies. It's like instead of a door, it's just a portable hole, and no one can tell.
Naira will help you, by the way, loading stuff into it. She will really just start like scooping gold.
Naira, as you do so, give me a history check.
Okie dokie.
These coins, you don't know what all of these coins are, but only a fraction of them are, well, hardly any of these coins, maybe less, like maybe 5%, 1 in 20 of these coins is from the post-imperial era. A fraction more are from the imperial era itself.
Oh
But
my
the vast
goodness.
majority of this horde predates the Calernon Empire. There are some coins that you recognize as belonging to the Dragonborn Empire that you encountered in the Citadel. But there's many others that you simply do not recognize.
Oh my goodness. There is some history in these coins.
The same with much of the jewelry. So, like the coins are far from all that there is. There's also a great number of, as I said, rings, crowns, necklaces, bangles, all kinds of valuable objects. Some of them more valuable than others, but all of them as well from a massive array of origins and time periods. Much of the coinage, only a small portion of the coinage, well, not a small portion, but only a portion of the coinage is gold or platinum. There is a great deal of silver, electrum, and copper here. Obviously, tributes brought by people who were, less well off than the dragon preferred. But there is, even just selecting the most valuable portions of the loot, there is a huge amount here. Completely filling the haversack doesn't even come close to completely emptying the possibility of what lies here.
Out of curiosity, once we completely fill it with the most valuable stuff, what have we picked up?
One moment. You estimate that inside the haversack, with all of the platinum and the gold that you've placed in there, you've gotten probably a little over half of the more valuable portion of the hoard. Around about 25 to 3,000, or 2,500 to 3,000 gold pieces worth.
Are you going to want to give me a specific number so I can add it to our
How
bank?
much can
okay,
Wander
so
carry?
in the haversack, there's 2,800 gold pieces worth.
Okay. Plus gems, or is that just 2,800
Just 2,800 of like valuable
Gold,
coins, jewelry, and
platinum.
gems.
Are there any diamonds around? Just like while we're scooping through.
Give me an investigation check.
Alright, can I guidance myself?
You may.
I will.
And you can roll with advantage because you are being assisted by your compatriots.
Yeah, I'll roll with advantage. And then a d4. 21.
Roll me 2d8.
Hmm.
As you are searching through the coins, looking through the jewelry and the gems and everything, there are many small diamonds that are set into various rings and the like, none of which would be suitable for the the quality and the purity that you would need for the applications that you are I assume you have in mind.
Yeah.
However, there are two that are particularly large and of sufficient clarity and purity to be useful as components, both of which are worth approximately 400 gold pieces each.
Whew. Good. Wander will pocket those for himself.
How dare you?
So I can carry 100 more pounds of gold, which is 50 coins per pound.
That'd be another 5,000 gold pieces if you want to, if like you were just going to fill a sack.
Yes, of course.
So yeah, I mean, if you guys are basically going to spend, I assume that while Laurium is just happily taking a butcher's cleaver to the body of Quintazadun, the rest of you spend some time selecting the choicest pieces. Uther and Naira both wearing rather fetching ancient crowns, their hands bedecked with jewelry.
Yeah.
And all in all, in addition to filling the haversack, as you kind of fill your backpacks, your pockets, the linings of your cloaks, your boots, and begin to make ready to exit this place, rather heavier than you were when you entered. You have gathered, you would estimate, 4,750 gold pieces of coins, jewels, and jewelry.
Say that
not
number.
including 4,750, so 4,750.
And that's not including what's in the haversack, or that is?
No, that is including what is in their haversack, but not including any of the magic items or the diamonds that Wander found.
4,750 value.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
There is still a large portion of coins left. At this point, that is mostly the copper, the silver, and the electrum. But you would need shift workers and wheelbarrows to fully empty this place.
Yeah, that could go back to the city.
All of that kind of coinage. You guys have gathered basically the choicest cuts.
The copper, silver, and electrum can all go to the city.
It still actually would be a generous amount, I think.
It's still easily probably like another 1,000 or more gold pieces worth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's like someone giving you $10 million in pennies.
It's kinda, yeah.
they
It's
will
like,
still
wow,
be
thanks, but fuck you.
very grateful.
let's grab those bits, and then I think we should go and make sure we don't miss our opportunity to play in front of the crowd this evening. I think it could be very interesting.
Are we gonna give him a show?
Oh yeah, we're gonna give him a real show.
100%, very much so.
As he
I need to
turns
confirm something
towards.
before I leave, so I'm not leaving
Do
until
we-
that happens. Carry on.
Not leaving till what?
I have to confirm something with how spells work. Carry on.
Okay.
Should we give a once over of the place before we leave?
Yes.
Hmm.
If you investigation,
Sure, yeah.
and will somebody give me advantage?
Yeah, I mean, Laurie is already stated that he was kind of assisting you, so.
Never mind. Doesn't matter.
No, go ahead.
6 crits.
um,
6.
hint.
6.
So, investigating the area more thoroughly, you see that this cavern actually appears as though it has been over a number of decades, centuries, perhaps even longer, melted, clawed, and gouged out of the bedrock beneath the estuary on which Eldenil sits. Here, here, and here, the cavern disappears down underwater, tunnels going deeper and stretching away. Large enough that you estimate that were Quintazadun to be kind of to slim themselves down and be swimming underwater as they are able to do, they would potentially be able to slip out of this lair to wherever these tunnels lead. But beyond that, you simply see, again, signs that tributes of a sort have been being brought here for a great deal of time.
So we should definitely let Jute know that we have done this. Sir Rephram probably will need this to access to this place in order to create those antidotes. Do you think the weird fish monsters outside know that we've done this and are upset?
Oh yeah.
Probably.
You
Well,
said
we-
probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
So we both said two different things entirely.
Well, we should be prepared to defend ourselves on the way out. Not
Has
that I
Sunshine
think that
given
will
me
be a
any
problem.
pings? Has Sunshine given me any pings of something going wrong outside? I didn't call her in because we were going into basically a cavern.
At the point of Quintazadun's death, a few moments afterward, you did catch a moment of not fear, but alarm of kind of something extremely unusual happened that she did not have an explanation for. Her being a horse from, or a steed from the realm of warfare, she was not overly perturbed by it. You didn't get any impression of like ongoing crisis, but there was definitely she did give you an awareness that something happened outside
Right after the death.
right after the death.
Well, it seems like killing that son of a bitch started something immediately outside.
And as I said, there was a sensation inside this cavern of a presence, a physical pressure being relieved and rushing back up the tunnel that you had descended.
How long has it been?
Since you killed Quintazadun, probably at this point a good 20, 30 minutes
Okay.
at least, if not. Well, actually, I mean, given that you've been butchering him and everything like that, yeah, I'd say maybe 35 minutes.
Naira's getting antsy to get out of here. She's like, it's I'm not staying.
Coming up on that.
Yeah, I gotta. Oh,
And
time
I
to go.
drop water walker. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't.
So is Lorium telling me how many claws, fangs, and scales, like in pounds worth, do we have?
So
And then we have, of course, have the head, which he's not putting that on a back or anything. He's dragging that shit.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's like the head is, like I said, the skull itself is probably about 4.5 feet long, with horns that go back another 2 feet. And it's like easily 3 foot off the ground, even when it's just laying there. So it is a big chunk of armor and like fang. So, but yeah, you are able to kind of, after you've chopped it off, you can kind of like wrangle the horns with some rope and be dragging it behind you. But, so, as for, you got a 20 on your survival? Roll me, you were being assisted in the dissection. So go ahead and roll me 2d10.
Okay. I always roll so shitty on them now.
You have 5 pounds of like good quality intact dragon scale, and then go ahead and roll me 2d8. Or sorry, that should be 15 pounds,
Oh, okay.
not 5. Yeah. And though many of its claws were chipped and scarred by the battle, surprisingly, you believe that you have been able to harvest 7 of them that would be, that are suitable for either trophy making or any other application you should wish.
And he will give the best looking one to Naira.
Why, thank you.
Don't mention it, boss. So shall we go check out this weird, creepy ass altar before taking off?
The one upstairs?
Yep.
If by mean checking out, you mean desecrating it, then yes. Well, maybe consecrating it, I'm not sure. But the opposite of whatever they want us to do to it is gonna be done.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, I'll gather you all up. Ba-bum.
The
And-
claw.
The claw.
As
One-
you make your way, sorry.
I was saying, Tyler, didn't you have something to ask?
Oh yes.
No, I resolved that.
Okay. Thank you for the reminder, though. As you make your way back up, the tunnel seems less oppressive than it was on the descent. The trickles of water that run down the walls and beneath your feet are purer. The pools that they gather in on the floor are clear in a way that they were not on your descent. And you reach the cavern of the temple itself, the chapel that you first made your appearance in. And it is much as you left it. The body of the priest, where you left it, and the altar sitting much as it was before.
And it's mostly stone stuff on the altar, or is it like?
It appears to mostly be stone, yes.
Hmm.
One more
And how-
divine sin. Sorry, keep going.
And how big is the base on it? Like, is it like kind of that low to the ground, like big? Because I'm wondering if we could possibly like lift it or tip it over.
Oh, potentially the base of it is like a wide, low stone base, but the graven images that are appear to kind of be mounted upon it. So potentially, yes, they could be with sufficient strength, cast down to the floor.
You see, as he would turn, make his way over, and just look down at the bloody bowl and toss it off, hopefully to shatter somewhere with a nice clang. But then get behind them and try and push them off then.
The bowl shatters against a wall. Give me a strength check with advantage. You feel the air of this place is cleaner now. You feel stronger than you did when you first entered.
Mhm.
And 19 is sufficient, as with a monumental effort, you place your hands on the horns of one of the graven images that resembles most the creature that you fell below. And with a heave, hurl it face first to scrape against the flagstones, one of the horns cracking off as it hits to lay broken on the ground at your feet.
As he looks towards it. Is it sufficiently desecrated, you think, Cat?
I don't know. What do you think, Shield?
Yes.
I mean, I made it look easy, but it's really
Yeah, you
hard
actually
to watch.
surprisingly
Ah!
did.
Hey, maybe.
Actually, yes, an 18. I set the DC at 18. So again, like it is a monumental effort for this relatively like slender, ropey-looking half elf, but muscles standing out like whipcords. Another of them smashes to the ground.
William just nods in approval. Did the last divine sense pick up anything about the place before he started doing that?
No. You still don't
Cool.
feel any specific presence, and that almost distasteful aura that pervaded the air here before is no longer present.
Yeah, it seems like plenty. It also feels like it was all because of the dragon anyway. Without him and this place of worship for him, doesn't have any power.
Good. Then I just got to show you how absolutely ripped I am. Come on, let's go.
I wouldn't mind watching some more.
Have all the time in the world for that later.
We've got a bit of a show to do real quick. We should head.
Do we want to take this man out too?
No.
He cut out behind. He was just, no.
I think we should ask for his body to be laid to rest properly, but I don't think we need to bring it with us.
All right.
Do we have questions for him?
I mean, You seem to be a high part on this. Or at least that's what it seemed with everything on the outside defending him, and only him and the dragon.
I mean, his head's already removed.
Had the same exact reaction as Andrew.
Fuck it, I'm picking up the head.
Okay. And are you just kind of like carrying it under your arm, or are you going to wrap it up?
100% grabbing it by the hair. You know how they hold Helios's hand in God of War, or head in God of War 3? That?
Yes.
Yes, that.
So you
Yep.
got a human head, I got a dragon head. Let's go. Let's do this.
I think my head's better than your head.
Tell me more about your head, Tyler.
Shut up, Cole.
We got banned that day. Anyway.
Anyway, you guys start heading out. As you head back along this path, as the door to the outside world comes back into view, you'd shut this door behind you. But as it comes into view now, down this corridor, you see that it has burst open. Not just been opened, but from what you can see, the frame itself has been broken out of place, and you can see scattered on the deck on the far side of it fragments of wood and the wall that was wrecked around it, as though something large broke out of this place in your absence.
I'm a himbo. I don't put anything together. Let's go.
No, Lauren, I wasn't laughing at that. Sorry. Lauren will just say, "Oh shit, that might not be good." And then, Sunshine's still alive, right?
Yeah, you can still feel Sunshine's presence outside.
Okay, good. Oh no, it's gonna be such a bitch getting this over the water. Fuck it. Hold on. I hope him carrying a dragon head doesn't make that thing break.
I mean, if it does, you have one things.
Give me a dexterity check for Laurium.
Lyra's gonna be like, can I cross first?
Too late.
Nope.
Oh.
It does not break. It sags, wobbles, and creaks as you drag this the head across the planks, several of which crack and fall out underneath you, but the bridge as a whole remains intact. You all step out onto the deck of the ship and see on the far side, well, first of all, you see that the creatures that Wander spotted up here on the forecastle are absent. But you also immediately see Constable Jute and a group of town guard clustered on the far side of the crossing. And one thing that immediately catches your attention, this one is kneeling beside the water that runs along this channel. And in an act that an hour ago would have been, at best, unpleasant, actually has his hand dipped into the water and is letting it run between his fingers. As you appear, Constable Jute looks up and goes, Was that you? What happened?
Well, technically, I think it was probably the death of the dragon. But yes, we did contribute to that.
Pillars.
Lauren just holds
There
up the
was-
head with the horns.
Just, and like all of them kind of grip their spears, and like she draws her sword a fraction.
I assure
As
you,
you hold this
it's
thing
dead.
up, and she's like, "You, that thing was under the town? You killed it?"
Yes, look at what happens when inadequacy and greed is what leads a city.
I can't. I can't believe it. I, I, bring it. We we should go see. We should go see Lady Thornwell. I. What happened?
Well, if you'd like to join us at the Emperor's
Bring-
Rest, we intend to show everybody.
Thank you, darling.
Lorem is just sort of gonna look at Wander and just be like, "Hey, buddy, you go first. This might actually just break the fucking breach."
I'll wait. Meaning that he's gonna stay back and help.
Okay.
But as you guys are carrying it down and across the bridge, actually, do you try and cross the bridge, or do you just walk over the water with the last vestiges of the water walking spell?
I was gonna say, if he's helping, how high up is the siding of the ship or the boat from the ground?
I mean, you could go down the gangplank. It's only probably about like 4 or 5 feet from here to the ground below. Then maybe another 10 feet down to the side of the water, and the bridge is actually only like 3 or 4 feet above the surface of the water itself.
Okay, but in that case, for the sake of not breaking something and making it much more difficult for everyone else, yeah, he's just going to hop down off the siding and then.
Huck the thing into the water and drag it across.
Well, he's gonna hop off to the siding and then hopefully have Wander assist him in basically collecting it and then dragging it over top of the water.
Okay. As they all watch you do this, they all kind of take reverential steps back. As this thing, as you approach with this thing, the trophy in tow. And she says, we got here a little after you went in, I guess. We stayed back as you suggested. Then, maybe half an hour ago, there was, well, or no, maybe 45 minutes. Almost an hour ago, there was a great noise, like a gust of wind bursting from underground. We got here just in time to see creatures breaking out of that wall. They threw themselves into the water, swam out to sea. I hadn't seen anything like them before, but we weren't about to give chase into the water. But, well, I can't believe you slew it. I can't believe that was been here this whole time.
Quite some time. Much longer than the town, probably.
And to be fair, can't believe we slew it either.
Naira
And so-
learned nothing.
Naira's like, I absolutely can. What are you talking about?
When I saw the stream for the acid breath, it was like a stream and not a cone that was going to just knock all of us on our asses. I was like, thank Christ, because someone's going to learn a very valuable lesson.
As he would just kind of smile and turn towards her and go, "Would you mind having your guard grab the skull? Your
and-
specific friends, especially."
And she looks back at them and she goes, these are good men. They can be trusted.
You see, Z, would you mind carrying it? It's important that you are seen carrying it throughout the town.
I think we should start a parade, actually. Naira's gonna get out. She's not kidding. She's she's gonna get out her violin, and she's gonna wonder if we can't have a little fun on the way back to the tavern. Let's get some attention.
If you wouldn't mind
Yes.
leading us, Captain.
She, in something of a daze, like salutes you almost like on as if on autopilot. Turns.
I return
and,
it.
And several of her men move forward and grab the ropes that Lauren used.
I heard her in the background laughing on that one.
Several of them grab the ropes, suddenly becoming enthused as they realize what this means, what has transpired, all that this could mean for the future of their city. And as you move through the streets, even on this supposedly abandoned isle, as Naira's triumphant tune rises into the night, people begin to appear. Citizens emerging from the hovels of this place and gazing in wonder at this spectacle that moves through their city. As you pass from aisle to aisle, dragging it over boardwalks and bridges, more and more folk emerge, and indeed, with a 27, it is not hard for you, Naira, to conjure an impromptu parade, so that by the time you have reached the high aisle, there are scores, maybe hundreds of people clamoring around you, following along, all craning over each other for a glimpse of this trophy that is dragged through the streets. All of them like shouting in wonder as it hoves into view each time, and dozens of versions of the story that already being passed through the streets around you as you move through. As you pass through the high aisle, with all the attention that you have gathered, as you enter one of the larger squares, you see on the far side groups already appearing. Evidently news has begun to go on ahead of you. And one of these groups, a small squad, one or two of them in the regalia of the city guard, but also others wearing livery that sets them apart as private guards of a specific noble house. And among them is a woman that none of you have ever actually seen before. Tall, regal in bearing, wearing a long black gown, very finely made, standing out particularly in the relative squalor that you are used to in Eldenil. Sharp-eyed with long red hair. She evidently was not, yet settled down for the evening, because she seems fully presentable as she watches your group appear. And as this woman appears on the far side, Constable Jute kind of hesitates for a moment, and then strides up and snaps off a salute. And she says, "Councillor Lady Thornwell, Constable Jute of the City Guard. I must report the slaying of a dragon beneath Eldenil." You see Lady Thornwell kind of takes her in for a moment, and everybody roll an insight check.
Naira is having a great time.
She's a little distracted, whipping the crowd up. Wander, you are the only one to see a look of not precisely recognition, but as though a conclusion long sought has finally dawned. As though like a puzzle pieces have just clicked into place in the mind of Lady Thornwell as she takes in this spectacle, and she just says, "Yes, I see that. And might I ask how this took place? Where did this creature appear from?" And Constable Jutsu kind of glances back over at you for a moment and then says, "Beneath the crumbling isle, my lady, near Frotho's Lamp Lighthouse. Its lair was there."
Naira will stop playing at this point and go stand with Uther, who I assume is about to approach.
Yes, as taking you arm in arm, making our way forward. I would
Very quickly
just
prestiging herself so she doesn't look like she's wearing a fucking stone building.
Okay.
Uther would not. He seems to very much be showing off the damage he's taken. As he, though, stands up straight, entirely unaffected, seemingly by it, as he would just smile and go, "Ah," as he reaches up, touching his temple as he stares at her, Xaviering, as he goes, "Do you recognize this? Or is this beyond what you're used to?"
Her eyes flick to you, and you see a moment of like almost not quite anger, but sort of yeah, actually almost a little bit of anger on her face as she says, "No, darling, I surpassed cantrips quite some time ago." She replies in a whisper.
He smiles and will go on and go, "Well, it was one of the primary concerns we had poisoning your poor city. We've been dealing with them one at one, including the Edge Runners, as well as Dory, his nightmare workshop, and an end-of-the-world cult. All of them have been under your noses, and yet, as much as all of them seem to say that you are an absolutely cold, calculating bitch, all of them seem to give you nothing but the highest bit of credit. And I must applaud you. In such a place, that means you are the one who should come out of this looking good. Because, as rough as you are, I believe you are good. And we're about to restart this town. Do you care to join us at the Emperor's Rest Inn?
Are you
Hand in
saying
hand?
this? Are you saying this out loud?
He would.
I assumed you were Xaviering it.
Yes. He would quickly be like, as well, as soon as it ends, like, send it to Naira, to let her in as quickly.
You whisper this out to her, and she actually, let me just double check her spells. Yeah. And she actually places a finger to her. She makes a couple of gestures and places a finger to her own lips, and then you hear her reply in a message of her own. It says, "Well, well, you have been busy, have you not? I had heard that there were some new folk making." And let me find some more suitable music actually, but as we continue this, oh, that should work actually. No, that'll work. She replies in a message of her own. and says, I had heard that there were some new individuals in town that had been making, shall we say, waves. I see now what they have washed up. No, I don't think I shall be joining you in the Emperor's Rest. You shall join me in my manor. And as she actually drops the message and says that last out loud, speaking in a very loud, clear voice, casting her eye over not just you, Uther, but the whole group, including Constable Jute. As she says, "You shall join me in my manor. It is only right that a councillor recognize your achievement. Bring the head." And then she turns and moves rather very serenely back toward what you see behind her. From the direction that she came, there is a rather large, not as grand as the manor that Dwellin, the property that Dwellin once owned, but certainly a fairly, certainly worth describing as a mansion.
To the crowd, Naira will turn and she will sort of bow graciously and say, we will be putting on our evening concert later tonight at the Emperor's Inn, where we will regale all of you with our grand adventure.
Where you will hear the tale of Lorium, the Dragon Slayer.
No, actually, that was boss.
There is a raucous, outlandish cheer from the assembled individuals, and you see this tide of humanity begin to move in the direction of the Emperor's Rest, and you only hope that Jalor has a few more barrels on tap, as literally hundreds of people begin to filter out in that direction. The rest of them sticking around to watch as Constable Jute and her squad drag the head after Lady Thornwell as she retires toward her manor.
Looking towards the group, I would explain, just catching up what I said to him, and then say, I think it's probably our best shot. Now's where we figure out what she's learned and knows. And then we can put on a kick-ass concert. Because if she kills us, I hold up a finger, I'm pretty sure the whole town will just take her
Turn
apart,
on her,
so.
yeah.
What happened? I don't know. They stabbed themselves.
As long as it gets them to take their head out their ass and fire that stupid fucking captain.
That will be one of our requests, yes.
And one moment while I get this, the lighting and everything ready in this. Here we go. And
Ambient mood lighting.
there we go.
Everything's purple.
That'll work. Okay. And then, sorry, okay. And that. And her. And where's Naira? There she is. Boop. And then let me see if I can get something appropriate for that. As for some reason, I was unprepared for you to be dragging around a dragon head. I don't know why. It seems very foolish in retrospect.
How do you not think we're gonna kill a dragon? Well, maybe you thought we weren't gonna kill a dragon, but how do you not think we're gonna kill a dragon and not take its head?
Oh yeah, that thing's going either on the front of the boat or the.
This is becoming
on the
Valko's new
wagon.
bed. This is the puppy bed.
Whatever. We'll just go with that. boop, boop. You are led into through a gate across a fairly small but well-appointed set of grounds, and the head dragged behind you. As you arrive at the front door, Lady Thornwell is waiting there and directs you into a sitting room. That seems to be kind of a library, or function as partially as a library as well. There's already a fire that has been blazing, and as you enter, you see that one of the small tables has a book, as well as a bottle and a single glass laid on it. And she enters and seats herself back on the couch next to it, picking up the glass, and says, "I am afraid you interrupted me during my evening. I was reading. But refreshment will arrive shortly for all of you. I assume wine is sufficient? Or is agreeable?"
Certainly.
Wine would be
and
lovely.
a glass of milk.
Slow nod
Indeed.
from Harm's part.
And she kind of gives a nod to a footman that was hovering at the door, who scurries off, presumably to fetch these things. And she leans back and gives you all something of an assessing glance, and her gaze always flicking back to the head of the creature where it's sitting in the center of the room.
You didn't seem entirely shocked when you saw it, though, unlike the rest of the others. I'm guessing you had some, not foreknowledge, but perhaps some evidence leaning to such a thing.
My family has lived in Eldenil for 4 generations now, including myself. It was once a great and prosperous city. Never quite the jewel of Caloronava, but a pleasant enough place. And then, a decade or so ago, that began to change. The city, the estuary, the Sanador River, the land around it, all began to corrode. I had never seen anything like it. I have been searching for some time as to a cause, but, well, a being of that power, there are issues with attempting to trace it. So I knew that something was the matter. I never dreamed it was something such as this. But I must commend you for eliminating it as you bring it to my attention. So, there have been a great deal of rumor as to who precisely you all are. And her eyes flick over Constable Jute as she says this next bit, as well as precisely who you have been speaking to since your arrival in my fair city. Let me hear it from you. Who are you, my lord?
I'm Lord Uther Lionsbane. Although me and my wife are technically a little bit far from home. We come from Carvalen. My wife, though, I met her here. She's a local, so to say.
One moment. Goes, Carvalen, you are far from home.
Naira's eyes flare like she's delighted.
And did your king send you to my city?
My king is never far from anywhere, truthfully. But yes, as you can imagine, this thing had become a bit out of order. This place I had seen had a little bit of rot that could have been righted. And as we can see, why I'm here from unnatural origins. Though I believe with the proper spark of life, this thing is burgeoning to go on a golden era, perhaps.
Let's hope. If anything could spark such an era, it would be the destruction of a dragon. Perhaps it would be, and well, with a portion of the old order removed, the way does stand clear for someone of sufficient vision to forge a new path. The wine, please, do help yourselves. And she actually indicates Constable Jute specifically, and the footman who has entered and presented a tray of goblets to first to Uther and Naira, then specifically hands one to Constable Jute, for handing one to Lorium and presenting one to Wander. But there is also a glass of milk on the tray as well.
Wander is taking none of it.
Lauren will take the wine.
Constable Jute does as well, looking somewhat awkward as she does so. And then the servant withdraws and is closes the door behind him before she continues talking. Says, "So, if I may ask now, what are your intentions now that you have paraded such a triumph through my city?"
See as he leans back. Truthfully, I would like to take this trophy as well back up through the capital. I think that it would be an interesting item nonetheless. And seeing that this kind of disease and uprising has been happening and breaking out across many places across this continent, which I think is why my king has sent me here to write. With these wings I have of the dragon, hopefully evidence enough for the king to allow me to act as some sort of emissary to make sure that war does not break out. Unnecessary death is distasteful.
And I thought you had been busy since you arrived in Eldenil. But you evidently seem to have a great deal of work ahead of you as well. You have business in the capital, then?
As well as he glances towards Wander. Other places.
I see. Well,
Wander is staring as many daggers as he possibly can at Thorn. Given that he has no emotion, that's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, she seems like a little kind of puzzled and kind of intrigued by your presence, but seems far more concerned with the essentially political discussion that she is engaging in with Uther.
Okay.
And she says, "Well then, far be it from me to..." In fact, roll an insight. Uther and Naira, if you wish to, you can roll with advantage given the interactions that you're having with her. Okay. Uther and Wander. You both get the impression that she is actually quite relieved. Naira, you can tell that she is feeling very positive toward you. It's hard to tell how much of that is genuine, but she is definitely there is definitely a level of genuine positivity in her reaction to you and to the story that you've told, and specifically to Uther's recent comments. Wander and Uther, you guys get a little more and are able to tell that she is very relieved that this four-person storm that has blown into town and blown over the old order is going to be blowing out of town in the near future. You essentially get the impression that she is already thinking about a great deal of consolidation that will be possible and will also be a great deal easier without you guys getting underfoot.
We, of course, would like to commend Constable Jute for her upstanding service and professionalism during this time.
She's not corrupt, as he gives a big smile, like an actual legitimate officer of the law.
As far as we can tell, Constable is, well, it is a title beneath her worth.
She smiles and puts down her goblet and says, "Yes, Captain Connell was always Mr. Dory's creature. A man who had risen to the point of failure, I feel. Perhaps it is time for, well, a new order to apply itself. How would you feel about that, Constable Jute?" And she kind of gulps her wine and says, "I am a servant of the city, my lady." How charming to hear. Well, if you
Of
are
course, Captain Jew will be giving us updates on the management of the city, making sure that all things are kept professional and without corruption, as he smiles at Jute.
Lady Thornwell actually smiles at you and says, "As captain, Jute's duties will ensure that reports are sent to the council and to the capital, as is right and proper. Should you have position and authority to access those reports, you may of course peruse them at your leisure. But to send information on the workings of a city to those in the improper office would be a tragic breach of protocol, especially as you have talked so much of establishing order and a lack of corruption."
Kind of wondrous honor do you intend on placing on us? As you doing such a thing would also add to your honor nonetheless? Raising
Oh,
an
of
eyebrow.
course. Oh, of course. Well, given that your triumph is to carry you to the capital, it would only be right that you be sent off with due ceremony and honor, with recognition from the Council of Eldenil. A ceremony in, well, shall we say 2 days? To allow you time to conclude any business you may have in our city before you go on your way?
Do I know how counselors are chosen?
Yes. Generally, they would be chosen by a prelate in the capital who would basically be in charge of the administration and management of this portion of the kingdom.
Darling, do you want to be counselor of this city? That could be fun.
Well, that would cause less complications in us getting those reports, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's true. Seeing the king, getting that march to the capital.
Well, I say with that in mind, it wouldn't hurt to hear the opinion of a friend every now and then, as he looks over at Constable Jude. Opinions wouldn't put the city in jeopardy, would it?
Of course not, but, well, all that is for another time. There is, of course, a great deal to be done before any thought can be given to the re-expansion of the council.
Which, of course, we would like to help give you as much sway in getting that done as quickly as possible. And we'd like to know how our words can influence people in the right direction. I do
course.
believe if we explain during our retelling of what happened, if we happen to mention that we are here at your request, that you asked for this city to be saved, would that not be helpful?
Instead of the fact that a constable and an outcast cleric are the ones who actually helped.
Her smile widens a little, and she says, I have been holding this city together and seeking a solution to its decay for a decade. So yes, a report on these facts would be most appreciated if you do find yourself in a position to drop them into the ears of the prelate or indeed the king himself. She seems to be like trying like retreating a little bit and trying quite hard to play a sort of politician's game now as she speaks. But she is also starting to you think come to peace with the fact that you guys evidently have, or at least believe that you have, sway and access at the capital.
Make sure that the guard is not left behind. We don't want them to not have enough power, you know. And with them being rebuilt, they'll need to have extra men and the like. And make sure that our new captain will be well taken care of as the city grows. You, I'm sure, are going to be its by far highest taxpayer.
She smiles and says, such is my duty as councillor of this fair city. And with a great number of obstacles recently removed, that business shall be all the easier. I really must commend you, all of you. You have done fine work here tonight, and I do hope will continue to do fine work in the future, as your journey takes you beyond the borders of our city, and perhaps beyond the borders of Caloronava itself, if your stated goals are any indication. For now, though, you appear to, well, I can see indeed that you have had quite the trial. I can offer you a night's rest here at my estate, or, well, you did have a stated appointment at the Emperor's Rest, if you still wish to keep it.
Indeed, imagine it would be perhaps unfavorable by such a large group of people to not show up.
Then by all means, please, do not let me detain you. It has been a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lord and Lady Lionsbane, and that of your entourage.
You see as he smiles and turns. And what is the formal title? Heroes of the town?
A ring to it, does it not?
You agree?
In 2 days,
Hero of your town.
and she smiles and bows her head slightly, standing, and says, in 2 days, then, I shall have a man come and make formal arrangements with you once I have had a chance to see to them myself.
Wondrous.
Captain, if you would stay behind for a few moments. And Constables, well,
Captain Jute.
I think my monitor just died. Wake up.
No.
No.
And the game
Wake up. Okay,
paused.
no, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
Okay.
I was
We're in
about to say,
business.
Lorium hears that and just stands a little straighter for a moment. No.
But yes, she looks up and makes eye contact with Jude and says, Captain, if you would stay behind for a few moments, I believe we have a great deal to discuss about what will be happening in the coming days.
Just-
And with that,
Turn towards her and shake her hand and go, "Congratulations, Captain." And then with a wink, I just say, "Kingmaker," and then turn around, open the door.
and
Yeah,
all
that-
of you are able to file back
Before
out.
that,
Are we taking the dragon head with us?
oh
I
yeah,
assume.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I want to do something also right before leaving.
Okay, go on.
You can go first.
Okay. Because, yeah, it was mentioned that, dark magic, warlock bullshit, we're finally in our house for no reason.
Yes, okay.
I have 2 defined features left, or defined senses. Let's go.
You do sense a minor fiendish presence. But as you look over at where your senses direct you to, you actually just see a small snake curled around a statuette in one corner of the room. From your understanding of the workings of kind of wizards and the like, you would assume this is actually just a familiar.
Mm,
He'll just stare at the snake. And then
It sort
stare
of
up at her.
flicks its tongue at you. She actually seems to because your eye flares a little with purple flame, as like a manifestation of your divine sense, and she actually seems to recognize this for what it is, and she kind of smiles slightly and she says, "Oh, don't trouble yourself with Fethrin. He may not be from the most pleasant of places, but I find that it can be beneficial to have friends in low places."
Oh, yes, I agree. It's just that some of your town thinks you delve in dark magics.
Yes, it is, well, most people are sadly ill-educated, and anyone who looks unfriendly and has a penchant for the arcane will have such rumors swirl around them. And, well, I must admit, on occasion it is useful to have such a reputation.
Oh, I certainly agree and can relate to all those fronts, but still, be better. And then I'll leave.
She just smiles a little wider, but, okay. Wander, what are you doing?
After that interaction, that happy, huggy, Wander will actually follow it up with, "Do you deal with other fiends?"
And she actually just like openly laughs at this a little bit as you guys are sort of preparing to leave. She just over her glass and goes, "Not for some time, and never in the manner that I believe you are concerned with. Staring one down from the outside of a magical circle is an invigorating experience, though I must admit."
And then without saying a word, Wander will just keep going on, move on.
Okay.
This one. I want to kill this one.
Wander's personal coin is tinkling right now.
Wander's heart is tingling. Wander's having heart palpitations.
Wander's in love.
All right, guys, ready? Big show, big energy. Can you handle this worm? Turns to the captain. All right, get that up on their shoulders. I need you to hold it high.
This is the only fucking time you, and he'll point to Naira, are allowed to stand on my shoulders.
The noise she makes. You.
It's like it's only audible to Valko.
Valko comes sprinting around the
Begin making our way out, and I imagine there's like probably already a decent crowd waiting.
Oh yeah, like there's still a large crowd that were waiting to outside the Thornwell Manor to accompany you. As they see the dragon head reappear, this raucous cheer goes up again, and the triumphal parade continues all the way down to the Emperor's Rest, which is already besieged by this heaving crowd that Lorium has to physically shove his way through as you move through them. Jelor there giving you this look that is half just kind of the fuck did you do, and half like this is the greatest day ever. I am selling out of every brand of liquor I carry.
And then sees the dragon head.
And then sees the dragon head, and her jaw just falls open. And yeah, the crowd is yours to conduct. Both of you, please. Oh my god!
Again.
That'd be the 8th one.
Something like.
Can Uther have like super advantage because of that?
I was going to do this too, so hold on, you're not done, Naira.
Oh yes.
Because I was gonna get you to give me one, so let's go.
Yeah, I was going to give you one too. So.
Both of you are inspired. Uther also roll with advantage, and Naira add 1d8 to yours. Uther add 1d6 to yours.
Performance.
Fucking
32.
1d6. Advantage as well. Okay.
Grief.
As well as it's going on, it's going to be a little bit more drawn out. As instead of going like into it, I'm going to just turn to Jeller and go, sorry, I got to get on your roof. And I would make my way out and then get some help making so the whole crowd, because I imagine it's the town. And
the street outside is heaving shoulder to shoulder, except for a like little bit of space around the dragon head itself.
And putting that down and showing, I would just turn to the crowd and go, well, would you like to see what happened? And turn towards Naira as she gets up on, as roars out, as begin to pull out the guitar as she grabs her fiddle, as a big smile, as I would break it down, but it would be much more that anime overly done slow-mos, and when it gets into the middle of the fight at the highlight, right when it's like the dragon's breathing the breath and comes up above the waves, it would end at the 10 minutes as it would suddenly just snap away, as then the whole crowd would just do that like, oh, like, what? As he would just smile that long pause, and then and just when we think it wouldn't handle, when we couldn't keep together, just as this town was on the brink, it being poisoned by this very beast, now is the chance to rise. As he would cast it, as it would begin to do that flicker, as then it would tear apart, as going and clobbering into Naira, the swings and misses at her, and the smashing into Lorium, as cracking into the side with the pistol, as Wander is able to constantly just send us like a little bit of that magical push that's represented to keep us alive. As I would cut to, even though maybe it's not true, I would cut to outside the slavering fish monsters I'd seen, as well as the guards who'd been walking with us there, and the captain, Jute, attacking them and being and saving the town as it all falls, and you watch as the safety and cleansedness rolls its way out, blowing by the gate past Jute as it dies.
So with an average of 31 on their perform check, Naira and Uther on the roof of the Emperor's Rest spin this tale for what seems like half the city that have gathered. Hundreds of people pressed together below, watching this spectacle in absolute awe, hanging on your every word as you spin this. And at the conclusion, losing their minds, like pounding on each other in just sheer energetic ecstasy. The guards that had been gathered around the dragon's head pulled from their places, hauled up onto people's shoulders. Laurium, they try and do the same to you, but you're pretty difficult to lift off the shoulder. But nonetheless, are just like those of you, Wander and Laurium, that are on the ground are just gathered around with ecstatic crowds, people just reaching out to try and simply touch you and share in this moment of glory as for you play the crowd like a conductor with his orchestra, spinning out this tale and able to whip them into a frenzy as you fully sell this story that the decay, the feeling of being downtrodden, the dirt and the misery that had been inflicted upon this town was the fault of this creature that had lurked below it. And every single person watching firmly and fervently believes, for tonight at least, that the future holds a hope that had never before been present for Eldenville. And that tomorrow they will all have more opportunity. And that it will be simply a better place to live. And as the night carries on, the wind blows in off the sea. And you all breathe in a cleaner scent, a freshness coming off the water that you had not felt since your arrival here. Perhaps it is not just the performance that is giving them this feeling. And I think that, as your celebration continues on long into the night, is a great place to end tonight's session. Congratulations, everybody. I have never seen a dragon get spanked that fucking hard.
You have never played Skyrim.
I mean, fair.
That was like an unnamed dragon.
Yup. I fucking 100 sneaked over top of a mountain and dropped onto a dragon with a dagger and stabbed it once as I fell onto it because I didn't take fall damage in the stab animation.
Yep. Oh no, that kind of shit was fun as hell in Skyrim. Oh, and in case it needs to be said, the funny number that was mentioned after the defeat of Mr. Dory does indeed go up by 1. Congratulations on your level up. Woo!
Yay.
I'm gonna use
Oh, I gotta put more thought into our next boss fight. Fuck me.
He said, next time, 2 dragons.
It was just also we just were like, oh hey, here's all these less important rolls. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 4. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no. If the rolls you got in the first half of the session had been happening during that fight, it would have been a very different fight, I will admit.
I crit
And
so
also-
many times.
I mean, also I gotta say, the level of prep that you guys did made a humongous difference. If you guys had gone in there without the acid resistance, without the water walking, without all of that shit, it would have been a very different fight.
If we didn't have acid resistance, Laurium went down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it turned it to like 8 for me. Which it was like, or like, yeah. No, like 13, yeah. Which is like, damn, from a dragon's breath, I take 13.
It's just like,
Naira's feeling
even touch me?
super useful right now. Just very, very useful. She's just buzzing.
That's why she's
A thing!
Let it be known officially, a goblin has dealt more damage in this campaign than a dragon breath did.
Known officially, we have dealt more damage to ourselves than a dragon's breath.
Yeah, and like by a lot.
It also helped that, like, in the positioning, it couldn't ever get more than 2 of us because we were just so spread out. We didn't get into a line.
But look, like you guys made some clutch saves too. Like when you all made that strength check against the water and against its wing attack. Like, because that wing attack should have knocked you all prone and moved you 10 feet back if you'd failed your saves.
That's why I was like, I
would've-
have to succeed on these because if
Yeah.
it tries to like fly or maneuver around, I have to be able to lock it.
Oh, if it had succeeded on that, the next thing is it would have dived down below the water and used the first of its 3 attacks to drag one of you down there with it. But it could never move because it was always surrounded by Laurium and Naira, and it was smart enough to recognize the kind of fighter that Laurium was.
Not smart enough to recognize the kind of fighter that Naira was. Everybody always underestimates Naira.
No, it knew what kind of fighter Naira was, but it knew that she wouldn't have, for example, Sentinel.
Always underestimate the orange tabby.
They're the psychopaths.
Yeah, well,
They really are.
Who
That's-
dealt like 70 plus damage to that thing. You took off like at least a third of its health was Naira. Just
Yo,
jam into the sterling silver into
what's
it.
That's
that
funny.
crit? What's
That's
that?
funny.
Another crit?
that was fun. I highly recommend critting that many times in a boss fight. That was
I mean,
mwah.
I'm even looking at it like I was looking at it from a DM perspective, and and you zoom out a little bit as much as I do it, and I was watching, and I'm like, damn, we've got really good positioning. Like we're kind of scattered. Like the bugs came in and hit us, but then we just all moved, and it was like I didn't miss a save because even if I didn't, I missed. It was like okay, cool, +4. Okay, so I got another 3. Well, that gets another 3 from Laurium. Okay, so
I have
+6.
never seen Bless make a difference that many times in one encounter. Oh my god, like 7 or 8 rolls.
And
The
we've
Bless
only-
made the difference.
He's only casted
Yeah.
Bless like 4 times in the entire campaign. It's
Yeah.
just
Most of the time it
Good
doesn't matter,
choice.
right?
Good choice.
In this campaign, I mean ever. Like in the 20 or it's almost 20 years now I've been playing D&D. I have never seen Bless come in that fucking clutch. Oh my giddy aunt.
Yeah, like
Yup.
that carried me so hard. Like just on damages and so many like all my saving throws. Yeah. That was perfect.
Oh.
It was great.
Yeah.
That was super satisfying. I mean, not quite as the double crit smite as
Mother Morgantha.
yeah, but
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty fun.
the 100+ damage. It was like 120 or some shit. Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah, oh my god. You guys just took down an adult black dragon in 3 rounds.
We're basically gone.
We're golden gods.
see, this is what it feels like to be Naira all the time.
I learned nothing.
Yeah, but that's not fair because Naira's died before and she's like, well, I did it once.
Right? It was fine.
That's twice.
And it was the best thing that ever happened to her.
Honestly, yeah.
She's like, honestly, there was just a real like clear feeling of release. Like
It was great,
So
and
what I'm
then
saying is, I
the
don't
love of
wonder
my
if
life
Lorian
showed
has
up
died
and
now.
married
100%,
me.
it's gotta be Laura.
Challenge accepted. You have no idea what a 5th level life transference looks like.
I was about to say you cannot crit life transference yourself. Stop.
I'll still do 68.
I've
Oh.
got spare the dying, and I get like bonuses and benefits to sparing the dying. So just so you guys know.
I have to ask
Good thing sparing
anywhere
a corpse.
because we're about to roll HP. I just saw that Wander just rolled godlike. Good shit.
Yeah,
I think that
Yeah.
was Wander, right?
yeah.
Okay.
I got a 7 and a 3.
Did we get inspiration for that incredible like celebration?
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Yeah, no. Like after you guys absolutely, yeah, you killed an adult black dragon in 3 rounds. You all have inspiration to use on this.
Can everyone wish me luck, please? Because I've rolled two
Look at his
twos.
Good
We, should
luck.
get, we need to
Twice.
get May in here.
I swear to God that's it because both of these rolls has been since I came here to Georgia. So
You'll get a 6 and a 1.
shut up. Oh, thank God!
Ooh!
Thank God!
You triple digits now?
Oh yeah, I was triple digits just leveling up.
Oh, yay!
Holy shit!
Don't worry, guys. It's
Yeah.
barred the rest of the way out.
By the way, 3
Everything's
10s.
coming up Millhouse.
I have 3rd level spells now.
Hell yeah.
I have 107 HP.
Good grief.
You now can officially survive a power kill.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm going up in Warlock or if I'm going up in Rogue.
That is a fantastic question, Naira.
And
Oh.
average.
Wait, who just rolled?
Uh.
Who just rolled? Oh,
Uther.
Uther rolled it an 8.
I rolled an 8.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Naira rolled the that second set of 2d8s.
Yeah, we got 10, 10, 10, and then 8.
Nice. And then ending with like a 31 over the town that I've been slowly
Yeah.
trying to like build on and do the nightly shows and
Do the thing.
always have the theme.
Oh, we get
That was as grand
proficiency
as the
bonus
Prince
now
Ugly
too.
song. Oh my God, we do!
Yeah. What's your passive perception, Wander?
28.
Oh, good.
Everything went quiet. Am I the only one who everything went quiet for? I've disconnected.